Sorry, I'm curious. Bye.
Bye, Ollie. That was a beautiful day.
Hey, what are you guys set up for? Is there a big jury out?
Yeah, it's for the Lori Vallow.
Oh, of course. I should have known. Every time I turn around, she's on trial.
Yeah.
You know, every time you turn the TV on.
I know.
Thank you.
don't watch the news. What were we staging for today?
This is Lori, but probably much more sane than this.
Yeah, I don't watch the news.
Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow. She's representing herself.
Oh, that's always smart.
Oh, yeah.
Who are you guys with? Oh, Law&Crime. The name's Law&Crime. I always trip out on all this shit. My mom. Nancy Grace.
Oh, yeah.
I remember my mom's house. Nancy Grace. What was Batman's? Yeah, was it Dickie Vallow?
And which Batman?
Into City Basin. Is that Catwoman? Dickie Vallow?
I don't know.
I don't know either. What are you, the camera guy? How'd you man that?
Well, it was a strange thing. But I couldn't, I was like a trust fund. I went to all, find anything interesting. And then at 28, picked up the camera in his office. And now it's at his office. Ran for 15 years.
I got a 22-year-old that I was hoping fucking wakes up.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Trust one, baby.
Yeah, he will eventually.
Been a butcher, went to butcher school, been to love school, been to recording arts and sciences school.
Oh boy, sounds just like me. So, I can tell you this, as soon as he finds it, he'll go on. But man, it's just like, dude, come on, you gotta settle. I was like 28, I was getting really nervous. I was going to school and driving a truck. I was like, oh, 20 years old, I can't. And then I saw it. So, when I
You know what he is right now?
What?
Fucking cheese mower. Working the cheese shop. Tell you everything you want to know about cheese. You got diabetes.
right. Maybe a little too smart.
Good talking to you. See you later.
Have a good one. Oh, Forbes. It's crazy.
go for 10. It was yesterday.
Should I keep the scooter?
only workout I'm getting today.
Super 35, it's not full frame, but it's
Thank you.
There you go, my friend. Take a picture of it.
Yes.
It's got an E&G dock on it.
Okay.
What about the wheelchair?
Oh no,
The wheelchair.
the wheelchair.
You can walk in the wheelchair.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we have a travel in wheelchair. You'll take that. You can walk with that when you decide you can sit on it.
Yeah.
se la puedo hacer, oiga.
always your
Maybe you didn't want
horse picture. You know, we put
there's another one for us. So I thought, you know, you were busy. I don't want to pull you home, you know. And that's why I get out. And I got out and he had to pick up his ticket. You understand now? Yeah.
Well, on to the next destination. Showed up, I tried, and goodbye. Well, excuse me, everybody.
Please be seated. Oh. Okay. I think sometimes though when they put on the All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2021-001704. For planning purposes, Judge Kemp, who does his morning calendar in this courtroom, is dark on Monday and Tuesday. Do the parties, council, advisory council, does anyone have an issue starting at 10 a.m. on Monday and Tuesday?
No, Your Honor.
Advisory council?
Monday and Tuesday at just 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so for advising your witnesses, we'll plan on starting at 10 a.m. on Monday and Tuesday. Is there anything we need to discuss before the jury comes in?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to? All right, we're ready for the jury. Okay. While we're waiting for those jurors, can I have everyone come up to the bench? And I just want to discuss off the record potential scheduling for the second trial. jury. The jury is present. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. If I may go get it.
All right. Sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Please spell your name for the record.
ADA.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter here. Have a seat to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Adam Cox.
How old are you, Adam?
I just turned 56.
And what do you currently do for a living or for life?
I'm a pro pickleball player and instructor.
Where are you living now? Just what state?
I live in Arizona.
Back in July of 2019, where were you living?
Wichita, Kansas.
Okay. Prior to your pickleball career, did you have a different career?
I did.
What was that?
I was a radio morning show host.
Okay. Is that why you were in Wichita?
Yes.
Did that make you travel a lot?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about your family first, okay?
Okay.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Southern California.
Okay. Do you have any siblings?
Yes.
How many?
5. Or
And-
4 siblings.
Can you tell us the names of the 5 siblings you had growing up?
Stacy, Alex, Lori, and Summer.
For Alex, did people refer to him as Al sometimes?
Yes.
And for Summer, did people call her Sum?
Yes.
Were your sisters Lori and Summer close?
Yes.
I want to ask you about another family member. Back in 2019, Melanie Boudreaux. How is she related to your family?
Melanie is my oldest sister, Stacy's daughter, so she's my niece.
And was your sister Lori close with Melanie?
Yes.
Do you see your sister Lori in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's sitting there wearing black blazer.
Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
In July of 2019, was your sister married?
Yes.
Who was she married to?
Charles Vallow.
And so in July of 2019, was your sister known as Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how long Lori and Charles were married?
I think over 10 years.
Okay. Do you know if your sister, since the passing of Charles, married Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did Lori, your sister Lori, have any children from prior marriages before she and Charles got together?
Yes.
And who were those?
Colby and Tylee.
Okay. And were they from the same marriage?
No.
By July of 2019, was Colby an adult?
Yes.
Do you have a son, Zach?
Yes.
Did your son Zach ever live with Lori and Charles for a bit?
Yes.
Did he move in there after Colby moved out?
Yes.
In July of 2019, was Lori's other daughter, Tylee, still under the age of 18?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not Charles helped raise Colby and Tylee?
Yes.
Did you know if Charles had any children from prior marriage?
Yes.
Do you know if do you know how many children he had from a prior marriage?
I think 2.
Okay. And do you know if either of those 2 children lived with Lori or Charles?
Visited. I don't know if they ever lived there.
Okay. Did Lori and Charles have any kids together?
JJ?
Was JJ adopted? Okay. So did they adopt him together?
Yes.
Okay. So in 2019, did Lori and Charles have just JJ and Tylee as their kids living with them?
Yes.
Did Lori and Charles always live in Arizona?
No.
Where else did you know them to live?
Texas and Hawaii.
Okay. We had talked about your brother Alex, or Al. Were you close with your brother Alex?
Somewhat.
Do you know where Alex was living in July of 2019? What state?
Arizona.
And can you describe your brother Alex's relationship with your sister Lori? Were they close?
I mean, I don't know if close is the word I would use growing up, but
Describe
just
for us.
normal brother-sister relationship, I guess.
As they became adults, did they continue to be close, or what do you recall of their relationship?
Yeah, over the last, I guess 4 or 5 years.
The last 4 or 5 years between them was what?
They were closer, they were close for like a year and a half, is what I remember.
Before this happened?
Yeah, they became oddly close for a while.
How about the relationship between Charles and Alex? Do you recall what that was like?
Just a normal brother-in-law relationship, I guess.
Did you ever know them to do things just the 2 of them?
No, I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay. Did your family sort of do a lot of big family events where everyone might be together?
Yes, yeah,
Birthday meals, holidays?
yes.
Adam, did you grow up a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes,
And are you still a member of that?
yes.
At some point, was your brother Alex excommunicated?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I think he was excommunicated twice. So I'm not sure the dates or when that happened, but when he was an adult.
In 2019, was he still excommunicated to your knowledge?
Yes.
What does that mean to be excommunicated?
It means that you do certain things to where the church it takes away your membership from the church.
Are you able to go to temple if you're excommunicated?
No.
Is that important?
Going to the church in our faith is important, yes.
Let's talk about your relationship with Charles Vallow. Did you and Charles ever text?
Yes.
Did you and Charles ever talk on the phone?
Yes.
When Lori and Charles were married, were you aware that Charles would pay for things for the family, like cell phones?
Yeah, I heard that there's people in our family that they're on his business cell plan.
Or car insurance?
Don't know about car insurance, but
You knew about the cell phones.
yeah.
Did you know what Charles did for a living?
Yes.
What was it?
He sold insurance.
Okay. Did you know what kind of insurance?
No, he explained it one time, but he was doing something with school teachers or helping them with their situation.
Okay. Did you know whether or not Charles traveled a lot for work?
Yes.
Was he traveling to other states?
Yes.
And was that sort of throughout his marriage with Lori?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of whether or not your sister, Lori, worked prior to marrying Charles?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of work she did?
She was a hairstylist.
Okay. After she married Charles, did she continue to work outside the home?
At a hair salon?
Yeah.
No, not that I know of.
Was it your understanding Charles worked so she could take care of the children?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
So you were unaware of her doing any sort of outside work like she had done prior to being married to him?
Yeah, I don't know any of that.
At some point, did you learn or become aware of the fact that Lori and Charles were having some marital problems?
Yes.
Just yes or no, did you ever talk to Charles about why he and Lori were having marital problems?
Yes.
You yourself personally, were you aware of Lori having any beliefs that were outside of what is accepted by the LDS religion?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were aware of that you knew to be outside the LDS religion?
Lori told me that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state.
That's something that the LDS religion supports?
I haven't heard of it in that it's happened here on Earth yet.
Did you ever hear her talking about being married to someone that is relevant in your religion?
Yes, I have heard that.
Did she tell that to you?
I don't know. I can't recall her telling me that, but I remember other people telling me that.
Okay. Was there anything else that you recall her telling you that she believed that seemed outside the LDS religion?
Yes. There was a time where she told me that she had more priesthood authority than the priesthood.
And why, can you explain for us what that means, why that was significant to you?
In our religion, the men hold the priesthood, and she said that she's in a state where she's above that.
Okay.
I didn't quite understand it, but very strange.
Did you confront her about these beliefs?
Confront her? No.
Did you discuss with her about these beliefs?
I just let her say what she wanted to say.
Was there ever a conversation where, when she was telling you these things, where she asked if you thought she was crazy?
Yes.
How did you respond to that?
I said, I don't know if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true. It's not real.
After you said that, what happened to your relationship with Lori?
She stopped talking to me.
Okay. Were you ever aware of Lori believing that people could be dark or possessed by evil spirits?
I later have learned that, yes.
Did you ever try to tell your family about the beliefs that Lori had expressed to you?
Yes.
What was your family's reaction?
One of the reaction was, she's in a delusion, let her do whatever she's doing and she'll come out of it at some point.
How did this impact your relationship with your family when you're bringing up these concerns about Lori?
They basically cut me off.
So you bringing up your concerns about Lori's beliefs being at odds with the LDS religion sort of terminated your good relationship with your family?
Yes.
At the end of June of 2019, do you recall Charles sending you some emails that were purportedly written by him asking Chad Daybell to come out to Arizona and write a book for him?
Yes.
And did you, without going into it, did you review that email?
Yes.
Did you know Charles, what he had done in his life prior to selling insurance?
Yeah, I know that he played minor league baseball.
And in this email was the person pretending to be Charles asking about writing a book about his career?
Yes.
Was that something you knew Charles was not interested in?
No, he's not, or wasn't.
After you saw those emails that Charles had forwarded to you, where someone was reaching out to Chad, were they inviting Chad out to Arizona?
Yes.
After reading that and getting that forward and talking with Charles, did you believe that Lori was having an affair with Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Did you and Charles spend time talking about that?
Yes.
Was he kind of, I guess, in a tailspin? I'm not sure the best words to say from learning that.
Yeah, he seemed a little desperate.
Did Charles have some idea on how he thought he might be able to get Lori back into the LDS faith?
Yes.
What did you understand that to be?
Charles just thought that Lori was going overboard and that she was going to the temple like 5 times a week, and that's not normal in our religion, and that she was going a little off the wall. So he figured that if she got her temple recommend taken away from her, that she would come back to normal, who she was before she started in all this things that she was believing.
Now, you told us that you had heard yourself some ideas by Lori that were outside the LDS religion. Did Charles also tell you about other things that she had told him?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you talk with Charles about something that we'll term an intervention?
Yes.
What did you mean by an intervention?
Intervention means Charles he's kind of desperate because nobody in our family would talk to him. I'm sure that, Lori had told people in our family not to talk to him. So he thought that, having an intervention would be getting in front of her, recording her, giving it to the stake president, or having the stake president hear what she was talking about and hear the crazy things that she was saying.
So the intervention was part of the way to try to get her to come back to the mainstream LDS beliefs.
Yes.
Did Charles ask you to help him with this intervention?
Yes, he did.
Did you guys have a specific plan, like on X date at X time, we're going to do this?
No.
Had you talked to Charles about potentially going to Lori's and recording her on your phone?
Yes.
did you talk to Charles and text him about another idea of having a family dinner and again recording her so that you could play that for the stake president?
Yes.
We're using a term there, stake president. Who is that? What is that in your religion?
Well, in our religion, we have our churches organized to where we have wards, and then a bigger, like 4 or 5 wards are in a stake, and then there's a president of the stake, and so it's somebody who's in charge of everybody in the stake.
Okay. So someone that's pretty high up in the church.
Yes, yeah.
And so the idea was to bring any of these recordings to show she's saying these things to his attention.
Yes.
Okay. And again, the point of that whole was to just try to take away her temple recommend.
Yes.
So on July 9th of 2019, did Charles talk to you about him flying you out so that you can help him with this intervention?
Yes, he did.
And did he offer to purchase your flight
Yes.
to bring you to Arizona?
Yes.
At that time, did your parents live here in Arizona?
Yes, they did.
At that time, was Lori here in Arizona?
Yes, she was.
And you told us your brother Alex was living here as well at that time?
Yes.
Was your sister Summer also living here at that time?
Yes.
And after Charles purchased your tickets, did you reach out to anyone in your family to ask if you could stay with them?
Yes.
Who did you reach out to?
Alex, my brother.
And did he offer to let you stay with him?
Yes, he did.
Were you supposed to fly in on the next day, July 10th?
Yes.
So your understanding was when you flew in on the 10th, you'd reach out to Alex and you'd spend the night there?
Yes.
Did you end up staying with him?
No, I did not.
So when you landed in Phoenix on July 10th of 2019, do you recall what time of the day it was approximately?
Sometime around lunch.
Okay. And did you reach out to Alex?
Yes, I texted him as soon as I landed.
Did you get a text response back?
No, I did not.
Was that unusual?
Yes.
So he's expecting you, right?
Yes.
Did you try calling him?
Yes, I did.
Did he answer your phone?
No, he did not.
Again, was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Did you think anything was odd at that time?
Yeah, at first I was like, he can't be that busy. He knows I'm coming.
Did Alex ever respond to you on the 10th?
No.
So he ghosted you.
Yes.
What did you think when you didn't hear back from Alex?
I just thought it was very strange and bizarre.
Okay. So you were supposed to be staying at Alex's. When you talked to him on the 9th, did Alex ever text you between when you guys talked and when you landed saying, oh, I'm going to go stay at Lori's?
No.
Did Alex ever call or text you and tell you, you know, I can't have you stay with me? I know I initially said okay, but not anymore?
No.
So he just ignored you.
Yes.
Where'd you end up staying?
My mom and dad's house.
Okay. On July 10th, did you understand Charles was also flying into Phoenix?
Yes.
Did you see Charles on the 10th?
No, I did not.
Did you see your sister Lori on the 10th?
No, I did not.
So you told us you stayed with your parents. What did you do on the 10th?
They picked me up and we went to lunch. And then we just, I think, hung out at the house.
And you said your son Zach lived here at the time?
Yes.
Who was he living with at that time?
I think he was living with my mom and dad.
Okay. So although you didn't talk with Charles on the 10th, did you have an understanding of what he was going to do the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
What was that?
He was going to go pick up JJ, his son. It was his turn to, I guess, have him for a few days or whatever.
Were Charles and JJ really close?
Yes.
So the morning of July 11th, you were not expecting to get together with Charles at 7 in the morning, right?
No.
Did you get a text message from Charles?
Yes, I did.
And did you learn where Alex was?
Yes, I did.
Where did you learn Alex was?
Alex was at Lori's house.
When you learned this, was Charles texting you sort of in real time as he is coming to the house,
Yes.
explaining to you what he's seeing and what's going on?
Yes.
And are you responding back to him?
Yes.
So you're at your mom and dad's house when you start getting these text messages from Charles?
Yes.
When you learned that Alex was at your sister's, what were you thinking?
I just thought something weird is happening because he never answered my text the whole day I was there, never returned a call. And then all of a sudden he said he's at Lori's house. And I didn't even know what to think at that point. I thought something was off.
So immediately you knew something was off.
Yeah.
From the prior day where Alex ghosted you to now he's at your sister's that morning when Charles was going over to pick up JJ.
Yes.
Were you concerned that Alex was at your sister's house?
A little concerning, yes.
Have you seen text messages that you and your brother-in-law Charles had sort of making the flight reservations and leading up to the morning of the 11th?
Yes.
And were those all messages that you two had as you're trying to figure out how to have this intervention?
Yes.
And then ultimately, what you are seeing and saying that morning at 7:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And I've shown defendant exhibit 210, if I can have a paralegal approach with that.
Good.
Adam, if you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those as text messages that you had with Charles, sort of the 9th, 10th, and 11th, as you are interacting leading up to that morning and including the morning of the 11th.
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit 210 pursuant to 8031 as present sense impressions.
Yes, Your Honor, we object in lieu of that is a report and not the full extraction.
All right, well, may I see that particular objection wouldn't prohibit admission, it would go toward weight, but give me a second here. All right. I'll admit 210.
And if I may publish it then, Your Honor. And if I could have the album. Thank you. Adam, I'm going to start sort of going back to, in Exhibit 210, the conversations that you and Charles were having as you're trying to come up with a way to have this intervention, all right? So you learned that Charles was reaching out. Well, let me ask you this. You had learned from Charles about this fictitious email, correct?
Yes.
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about it?
One more time?
Did you learn that Charles had reached out to Lori about this email?
Yes.
Did you learn that he had reached out to Chad Daybell's wife about it?
I think I remember that.
Was he, these are text messages, were you also receiving emails from Charles?
Yes.
Does this sort of array of messages start to involve where you and Charles are talking about having you come out to Arizona to help with this intervention?
Yes.
And so do we see on the 9th, you letting him know that you could fly out tomorrow and come home Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
Do we see, as you continued on, he tells you that he could fly you in on Southwest, and he's telling you he's just right now landing in LA, right?
Yes.
And you knew he traveled a lot for work.
Yes.
When we get to the 9th at 9:11 a.m., did you get a message from Charles about how you were going to get everyone together without Lori knowing that you're going to have this intervention?
Yes.
And is that one of the ideas where you indicated that I'll go see Lori at her house and have a talk with her and keep your phone on record?
Yes.
So that was sort of one idea of a potential way to show the stake president that she was having these ideas outside the LDS faith?
Yes.
Does Charles kind of tell you he's not sure that that's really going to work?
Yeah.
He says, I think she'll leave, but it's worth a try.
Yeah.
Did you then suggest also have a family dinner with everyone and then say, always leave my phone on to record what I say and what everyone else says?
Yes.
And then you go on to say that's to have proof for Holmes. Who's Holmes?
President Holmes. He was our stake president, or their stake president.
You were in Wichita, but he was the stake president here.
I lived here before, and he was in my ward, so I know him.
So when you're talking about the stake president, Holmes is who it actually is?
Yes.
Okay. On the 9th, does Charles tell you that, got it, but honestly, if you, Zach, Brandon, and me go to him, that should be enough? She will feel like we ambushed her, but something has to be done. She'll be real careful what she says. Had you brought Brandon into this yet? Like, did you have a plan to have him come with you?
No, but Brandon played basketball with us on that night. So me and Zach and Brandon played basketball where President Holmes played basketball at a church. So that was that reference.
Okay. So you thought if we go to the church, Brandon will be there and he can help you talk about
say
this.
that, yeah.
Okay. But Brandon's not part of this conversation right here, right?
No.
Then does it kind of go back to Charles asking for your information so he can make your flight reservations?
Yes.
Okay. Then at 1:13 p.m., does Charles let you know that your flights are booked and that he emailed that to you?
Mm-hmm.
And then does he go on to say, I'm really uneasy about how she will respond, not only to you, but to me and Zach and Brandon? right?
Yes.
In talking with Charles and this intervention, was there a constant concern of how she would respond to trying to take away her temple recommend?
Yes.
Was some of that based upon your understanding of the things she had said to Charles in the past?
That and others. Apparently, Lori was flighty. When Charles tried to serve her divorce papers, she disappeared and nobody knew where she was. So in Charles's mind, that she could be flighty and just take off again, where nobody would know where she is. So there was some definite reference to that as well.
Okay. Then it goes on to say, I'll pick up JJ and take him to school. So you knew what he was doing that next morning, right?
Yes.
And you said she'll be there, right?
Yes.
Friday the same. So you knew his idea was he was going to be with his son in the mornings, Thursday and Friday?
Yes.
And then you said she'll be highly suspicious about recording. If you can bring a second device and put your phone on the counter or turn it off, it might help. Is that sort of the same idea that he was unsure that she would trust you showing up there and trying to ask her about those things?
Yes, this was all just it seemed like Charles was just desperate, and he wanted to do anything he could this last ditch effort to try to shake Lori loose of whatever she was under, some spell that he said. So, that's basically what happened.
And then does he go on again to talk about that he really thinks the only thing that's going to break her out of this is going to Holmes?
Yeah. Yes.
And that she's hurting too many families and that he's upset his is gone.
Yes.
Does he say that he still loves her?
Yes.
And does he think that she's basically potentially gone forever?
Yes.
And then we see that he corrected slots to Lori, right?
Yes.
Typo?
Yes. Lots of typos.
On July 10th at 3:34, do you get a text from Charles asking if you're in Phoenix?
Yes.
And do you respond, yes, you're going to Summers, and that you'll call him?
Yes.
And then does Charles let you know he's got a meeting, but he'll try to call you before he goes to see Lo? Who is Lo?
Lo is Lori.
So people would call her Lo or Lolo?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember if you talked to Charles on the 10th?
On the 10th? What day was that?
The day before. So when you flew in, did you ever talk to Charles?
No, I don't remember talking to him then.
So even though you guys had attempted to call, you don't recall if you ever spoke with him that evening or afternoon?
Right.
So at this point, you'd said you went to Summers in the text messages, and then later you stayed at your parents' for the night.
Yes.
And then you knew that Charles would be going to pick up his son the next morning. Did you assume that you and Charles would meet up or talk sometimes later that day?
I figured so.
Okay, but you had no scheduled timeline for that?
Nothing planned.
Okay. So next, in Exhibit 210, we see text messages from July 11th of 2019 at 7:35 a.m., where Charles texted you, Al is here. And then just a couple seconds later, he said, at Lori's. Was this shocking to you?
Yes.
And what did you respond back? Did you say, really, I wonder why he never called me back?
Yes.
And then we see that you wrote at 7:36 and 28 seconds, they are planning something. Why did you write that?
Because Alex not answering his phone the whole day and me calling him and texting him, not knowing where he's at. Nobody in my family said they heard from him or knew where he was. All that is very suspicious to me. And then Alex being at Lori's house that morning felt like something was really off.
So when you told Charles they're planning something, Charles responded back, absolutely. Did you then let him know that you were supposed to spend the night at Alex's house? She probably blocked that.
Yes.
Did Charles respond to you, what you do is up to you?
Yes.
So were you kind of upset at your brother for telling you you could stay with him and then ghosting you, ignoring you?
Yes.
Were you upset at him for being at Lori's house when Charles was going there just to pick up JJ?
Yes.
Did you then text him, I'm going to put the pressure on to have him come get me right now, see what he says?
Yes.
Did you in fact text your brother?
Yes.
Did he respond back?
No.
As we're going along here, we see that each of these are being read sort of in this short period of time, these couple minutes that Charles is here as he's driving in. After you texted Charles about putting the pressure on to have him come get me right now, did you then say okay to Charles?
Yes.
And then we see again that at 7:49:34 a.m., you texted Charles, me and Zach are going to the stake center tonight at 8 to play basketball. Holmes is always there, either playing ball or interviewing people. I will try to catch him and have a conversation with my old friend.
Yes.
What was that about?
That was just part of the plan that Charles initially came up with to somehow get in front of the stake president. That night, he's the stake president. He interviews people for Temple Recommends and also plays basketball afterwards. So that was just a thought of maybe this could be something that we could do to help with that situation.
Okay. Now, up until 7:37 you had been interacting with Charles, right? You would respond and you were getting some text messages back from him.
Yes.
We see after 7:37 where he texts you, what you do is up to you, that he didn't respond back to any of your other comments, right?
Right.
So when you sent him at 7:37 and 29 seconds that you're going to put the pressure on him, you meant Al?
Yes, Alex.
To come get you, Charles didn't respond to that?
No.
And in fact, it shows that that message was read at 12:13 p.m. versus the earlier messages that were read sort of right in time.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And when you told Charles that you and Zach were going to go to the stake center to play basketball and see if you could find Holmes, did you get a response from Charles?
No.
And again, we see that that was read at 12:13, correct?
Yes.
Did you go talk with Holmes that night?
I went to go play basketball, but he wasn't there.
Was it just you and Zach?
Yes.
During the day of July 11th, at any time, did you learn that Charles Vallow had been shot?
No.
So Lori did not call you and tell you that Charles had been shot?
No.
Alex didn't call you to tell you that he'd shot your brother-in-law?
No.
Anyone in your family talked to you about it?
Nope.
How about the next day, Friday, July 11th? Did Lori tell you Charles had been shot?
No.
Alex contact you to tell you that he'd shot Charles?
No,
Anyone in your family talk to you about that?
no.
Did you decide to go visit a friend in Tucson on Saturday the 13th now?
Yes.
What were you going down there for?
Going to see my friend Eric.
And did anyone come with you?
Yes, Zach did, my son.
Okay. When you went down there, did you talk with Eric about what's going on?
Yeah, I just thought it was really fishy that I heard from Charles. And I didn't know if he took JJ and just was having one-on-one time with JJ. I didn't know if Lori and him were getting back together and Lori told him not to talk to me. Or my mind was spinning. Like, I had no clue what was going on.
Had you talked to any of your family about it? Were you still keeping that intervention thing secret from them? At that point?
No, at that point, but I think nobody had heard from, I asked if anybody had heard from Alex, and nobody said that they heard from Alex in my family. But at that point, I was there spending time with my son, Zach, also to help Charles with what he wanted to try to get an intervention with Lori, and also to see my friend Eric, because I live in Wichita, so I was trying to do 3 things at one time on my short visit.
So on the 11th or 12th, though, were you still keeping that sort of secret that you and Charles had been wanting to do an intervention on Lori?
Yes.
You weren't telling your family, like, I don't know why we're not doing this?
Charles asked me not to tell anybody.
And was that actually sort of a message you guys had talked about of who in your family might prevent any type of intervention?
Yes.
And who in your family were you guys concerned with if they learned about the intervention might try to stop it?
Mom and Dad, Summer.
Alex, too?
Alex, yes.
So even though you're here and you're seeing your family and you're seeing your son, you don't want to tell them a lot about Charles because you're trying to still keep that quiet in case he does want to go forward with it.
Exactly, yes.
So you're in Tucson and you start talking to your friend about Charles.
Yes.
Do you learn at some point that Charles has been killed?
Yes. I was talking with Eric saying something doesn't feel right. I haven't heard from Charles, and usually he would text me or send me a message or something. And then Eric asked me, he goes, well, what's his last name? And I said, Vallow. And he was on his computer and he just Googled Charles Vallow. And he said it popped up that he's been killed by his brother-in-law.
So you learn this. What is going through your mind now?
Just everything, chaos. I had a knot in my stomach. Just probably one of the worst feelings I've ever felt in my life.
Obviously, you had been concerned that something was being planned when you told Charles that on the morning of the 11th, right? But
well,
not that.
Not that, but yeah, it felt like something was off. Why Alex would be at Lori's house that morning.
Did you know your brother Alex to carry guns with him?
Yes.
Did he regularly go shooting with guns?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to Charles being shot and killed, did you ever tell Lori that you were going to be trying to do this intervention with her?
No.
Prior to Charles being shot, did you ever tell Alex, hey, I'm going to stay with you, but we're trying to do an intervention with Lori?
No.
What about your parents? Did you ever tell them you were going to try to do an intervention?
No.
Your sister Summer?
No.
So if your sister told detectives a couple hours after Charles was shot that she was confronting Charles about you and Charles talking and texting, it wasn't something that you told her about?
No.
You told us that you are LDS. Have you ever taught Sunday school?
Yes.
Can you tell us about the story of Nephi?
Nephi? Well, Nephi was a prophet in the Book of Mormon. It's the first chapter. He was a prophet, very humble and faithful servant of the Lord. Ironically enough, his brothers tried to kill him at one point. But he actually ended up going to Jerusalem to get these plates back, and he was run off, came back, and then went back again because the Lord asked him to. And when he did, the King Laban, who was actually a wicked king, was laying on the ground drunk in front of him, and Nephi was told to kill Laban.
Who was he told by?
The spirit, or
Okay.
God.
So God was using a Holy Spirit to tell him to kill Laban, and
Yes.
did he?
Yes, he did.
Was that something he anguished over?
Yes.
But ultimately, it was a justified killing.
Yes.
So was the concept that it was better for Nephi to kill this one evil man and sort of benefit the nation and his descendants?
Yes.
Were you aware that that your sister had told people that Charles was possessed by evil spirits?
Yes.
Were you aware that your sister had told people that your brother-in-law Charles was dark?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
It's whether or not he was aware of it.
Whether or not
Yes or
he's
no?
aware, he can answer yes or no.
Yes.
When you and Charles were talking about this intervention, were you trying to help your sister come back to mainstream LDS beliefs?
Yes.
So it wasn't just Charles, but also her.
Yes.
You told us that your friend had Googled and learned that Charles was killed. Did you know at that time it was by your brother Alex?
That's what the article said. So yes, he told me that.
What did you do after you learned that?
Freaked out for a little bit, cried, didn't know what to do, thought my world was coming apart. Then I got angry a little bit, and then called first thing I did, I called Kay, who's Charles's sister, and asked her, because she's the only one that I felt safe calling after knowing my family was involved in this or thinking of this, that I asked her if she knew that Charles was dead, and she said she just learned of it too.
Did you learn from your friend when, because it's now the 13th when you learned this, right?
Yes.
Did you learn when that happened?
Yes, I did.
So you knew on that Saturday, the 13th, that Charles had been killed that morning
Yes.
of July 11th.
Yes.
Did you ever come back to Phoenix and confront anyone in your family about this or talk to them about it?
Yes. After I talked to Kay, then I called my mom and asked her if she knew that Charles was dead. And she said yes. And I said, what's going on? And she said, you tell me what's going on. And at that point, I thought that was bizarre that she would say that. So I said, well, we need to sit down and talk. And she said, yes, we do. And so me and Zach got in the car and drove back to Phoenix.
Did you go to your mom's house?
Yes, I did.
Did that conversation go well?
No.
Did this create a break in your relationship with your mom?
Yes.
Did you stick up for Charles?
Yes.
Did sticking up for Charles create issues between you and most of your family?
Yes.
Did you continue to stick up for Charles even with that happening?
Yes.
After you had that argument with your mom, what did you do?
Me and Zach left her house, and we were staying at Summer's house, my sister, who was away on vacation. And we were staying at her house, and we went back to her house. We were watching her dog.
You were supposed to leave the next morning, Sunday, to go back to Wichita. Did you return back home?
Yes, we did.
Did your son go with you this time?
Yes, he did.
After this whole incident happened, did you not talk with your family for a long time?
Yes.
Did it cause a lot of friction in your family?
Yes.
Have you started to try to talk with your family some?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Cross?
Mr. Cox, how long has it been since we've seen each other in person?
Don't know.
When was the last time you saw me?
I don't recall.
So, has it been a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 6
Something like
years,
that.
7 years, 8 years?
Something?
Okay, so you have no idea?
Nope.
You have no idea when the last time you saw me in person?
I don't know the year or how many years it's been.
Okay, so did you see me at Colby's wedding in January 2018?
No, I was not there.
You didn't come to Colby's wedding.
No, I did not.
So did you see me sometime that year at my house
Possibly.
where Colby got married? That house.
I did see you at that house, yes.
At least one time.
Yes.
So possibly in 2018.
Yes.
And when was the last time we had any communications?
The last time I remember our communications was you and I were speaking in the kitchen when the family was over.
Okay, so you think that was that time in 2018?
I think so.
Okay. And were we eating my green chili chicken enchiladas?
Do not remember that.
You do not remember that?
Nope.
Is that what I made every time we had a family get together, which was like 10 times a year?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And when was the last time that we had a phone call or text message?
I have no idea.
Could it possibly be around that exact same time?
Possibly.
Okay. So that was possibly in early 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you think initiated the final communication in our relationship?
Who concluded it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So right now it's 2025, is that correct?
Yes.
And so we haven't spoken in about 8 years? Would that be correct?
Probably 7 or 8 years.
Okay. So would you say up until that point that how often would we communicate before that?
Before what?
Before 2018?
Probably on a regular basis. Once a month, twice a month, 3 times a month.
Like a call or a text message?
Yes.
Just keeping in touch?
Yes.
You know of us living in Hawaii, and you were living in Kansas at the time?
Yes.
And in your career, you lived in lots of different places, is that correct?
Yes.
Austin,
Yes.
Dallas,
Yes.
New York,
Yes.
Wichita,
Yes.
Sacramento.
Yes.
Did I miss anything?
Others.
And I was in Texas,
Yes.
Arizona,
Yes.
Hawaii.
Yes.
So would you say that we were not physically close during the past 20 years?
Yes, I would say that.
So our communication would be solely family get-togethers, occasional text messages. Is that correct?
And phone calls, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Hawks, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
Repeat that again?
Okay. Did you see with your eyes or hear with your ears or personally witness me conspire with my brother Alex Cox to murder my husband Charles Vallow?
No.
Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect?
Have you talked to your sister since Charles was shot and killed?
No.
So, since that happened, you cut off all communications with her?
Yes.
Prior to that, you were being asked about 2018 being at Lori and Charles's house. Was that the time where Lori told you she was becoming a celestial being?
Yes.
And the time where she was telling you other ideas that were not in line with the LDS faith?
Yes.
After you had heard those statements by your sister, you told us that she had asked you if you thought she was crazy, right?
Yes.
And you had responded back how?
I don't know if you're crazy, but what you're telling me is not true.
After you told her that her beliefs were not true, did that sort of end your talking with her?
Yes.
You were asked if you personally saw, heard your sister Lori conspire to kill Charles. Were you there that morning?
No.
Were you the person who was supposed to, though, be with Alex on the 10th into the morning of the 11th? You spent the night with him?
If I would have spent the night with him, yes.
So that stood out to you because you had made plans with your brother, right?
Yes.
And instead, you learned he was at Lori's house.
Yes.
You told us that you thought it was odd that your brother would be over at your sister's house at 7:30 in the morning.
Yes.
And you were aware that your brother had guns.
Yes.
Charles was going there to pick up JJ, right?
Yes.
And so, did it seem odd to you that your brother would bring a gun that was loaded with extra magazines that was not safe to your sister's house where JJ was?
Objection, out of scope. This is not just
Goes to the
a
conspiracy.
redirect. This is not just a redirect.
Hey, I didn't ask for argument. Okay. The objection's overruled.
What's the question?
Sure. Did it stand out to you that your brother, who knew JJ, would bring a loaded gun and extra ammunition to the house where JJ was running around?
Well,
It
I
wasn't-
didn't know at the time.
Yeah.
You're saying afterwards?
Yeah, you learned afterwards your brother killed him, right?
Yes.
And when we're talking about this conspiracy and things that are going on, did that seem odd to you that your brother would bring a loaded gun and extra ammunition in this unsafe way to a house where your, sister's son, JJ, lived?
Yeah, it seems extreme.
When you were talking to your family after this happened, did you actually tell them that you believed that Lori and Alex had conspired to kill Charles?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because Lori had told people that Charles was no longer living, that some guy named Ned was inside of his body, that there was a zombie living inside of him. And Alex didn't respond to any of my text messages when I was supposed to be with him. And he was at that house that morning. Lori talking crazy about how she's a translated being. All these things all added up into that moment and that morning. Once I found out on Saturday that Charles was shot and killed, no doubt in my mind that they killed him. That's a feeling that I got.
And you told your family that?
Yes.
No other questions?
The last line of questioning from the possession of the gun on, I think the defendant's right, was technically beyond the scope of her cross. So based on that, I'll allow the defendant, if she wants to recross on those issues, if she elects to, may do so now.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, are there any questions from any member of the jury? Not seeing any, sir, you can step down. You can step down.
Thanks.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you. If I may go get her.
Go ahead. All right, you're going to come right up here. My clerk will swear you in. You're going to stand right here.
truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You're going to walk around the court reporter here and have a seat just to my left.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Serena Sharp.
I'm going to have you pull in a little or move the mic down a little closer to you so we can hear you. Thank you. How old are you, Serena?
How old am I? 51.
And where are you living currently? What state, what city?
Arizona, Queen Creek.
Okay. And where did you live back in 2019, 2018?
Connecticut.
Okay. When did you move to Arizona?
It was right before COVID, so 2019.
Do you recall, I know we don't have a lot of weather here, but summer, winter, fall?
Definitely summer. It was hot. I think it was end of July, August, but we closed on our house September.
Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
Were you raised in this church?
Yes.
Do you consider yourself a spiritual person?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about a group, Preparing the People. Have you ever attended any of their events?
Yes. 2.
Can you tell us what those are?
They were conferences that helped people prepare physically and spiritually for emergency preparedness and the second coming of the Lord.
And you said you attended a couple of those conferences?
Yes.
Are they located sort of around the country?
Yes.
Did you ever attend one of those conferences here in Arizona?
I did.
Do you recall when that was?
It was November of 2018.
When you decided to come to this conference in November of 2018, did you know anyone here?
2 people. One just from over the phone conversations, Melanie Gibb and Jason Mao.
So did you have any place to stay when you came here? What was your thoughts as you're coming in for this conference?
Both of them invited me to stay at their homes.
And what was your plan? Who did you think you were going to stay with?
I thought I was going to stay with Melanie Gibb because she offered to pick me up at the airport as well, so that I didn't need to rent a car.
Did you know Arizona well?
Not at all, no.
So were you picked up by Melanie Gibb?
Yes.
And did you stay at her house?
No.
Where did you stay?
After she picked me up, she said that instead of her house, because her whole family was home and it was busy and chaotic, we were going to stay at her friend's house, whose family was gone for the weekend and had a bunch of people for the conference staying there.
Okay. Who was that?
That was Lori.
Did you know her last name, or did you learn it?
I learned it when I got there. I had never heard or had met her before.
What was her last name?
Vallow.
Okay. So you told us you didn't know Lori Vallow prior to just coming to stay at her house.
No.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's right there with glasses on and blonde hair and a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
It shall.
Do you recall who else was staying at Lori's house that weekend?
There was a lot of people, and I was meeting everybody for the first time, so I don't recall everybody, but I do know Lori was there and Melanie was there.
Did you ever meet Chad Daybell?
Yes, he was there as well.
Was that the first time you met him?
Yes.
So during this event, are you going between Lori's home and to a location where the conference is at?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever talk with Chad Daybell outside of, well, did you ever talk with him that weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk with him after that November 2018 conference here in Arizona?
Yes.
When else did you see or talk with him?
I saw him at another Preparing a People conference in February.
So that's 2019 now?
Yes.
After the November one.
Correct.
Where was that one?
That was in Idaho.
And did you ever contemplate moving to Idaho?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with him in Idaho well, did you learn he lived there?
Yeah. When did I learn?
Did you learn that he lived in Idaho?
Yes.
And did you ever, in fact, meet with him in Idaho to kind of talk about possibly moving there?
Yes, I was actually house hunting with a realtor and in the city that he lived, so we connected for a few minutes.
What city was that?
Rexburg?
Okay. Did you know if Chad was married at that time?
Yes.
Okay. When you were staying at Lori's house in Phoenix in November of 2018, did you understand her to be married?
Yes.
At that time, did you have any idea that Lori and Chad were having an affair?
No idea.
After you met Lori at this and stayed at her house, did you have any more conversations with her, texts or phone calls?
Yes.
Were you ever invited back out to Arizona?
Yes.
When was that?
That was in March of 2019 for a girls' weekend.
What was the girls' weekend going to be?
It was a few girls coming together for a girls' weekend, so.
Whose house, where was it going to be?
That was at Zulema's house, and I think from my memory, she's the one who invited me and started that girls' weekend idea.
Had you met Zulema before?
Yes.
Where had you met her?
It's vague, but I think I met her at the first Preparing a People conference I came to, which was the November 2018 here in Arizona.
Okay. And had you talked with her as well between that November time and when you came out in March?
Yes.
Who else was part of this girls' weekend that you recall?
It was Lori and Melanie Gibb, Zulema, Christina, Nicole, and myself. I think that's it.
Okay. Now, were all of you women members of the LDS Church?
Yes.
During this time, did Lori ever tell you things about her beliefs that seemed to go against what you understood or what you were taught through the LDS Church?
Yes.
Did Lori ever tell you that she did not need to repent?
Yes, she did.
What does repenting mean?
Repenting means turning to God and confessing our sins and repairing our relationship with Him so that He can take on our sins for us and we can become better people through Him and seek His forgiveness.
Do you recall what Lori told you about not needing to repent anymore?
What I remember is she's had a couple of verses in the Bible that she pulled out and read and then said, I believe something to the effect of, I believe we don't need to repent anymore.
Did that stand out to you?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Was that
That was
concerning
shocking.
to you?
Pardon?
Was that concerning to you?
Very.
I think you just said you were shocked by it.
Yes.
It was that against your religion.
Correct.
Did she ever express to you and this group that all of you might not need to repent?
I don't remember the specifics of it. If she was trying to apply that to us or just to her, I don't remember. I just remember she said we, or generally, I don't remember the specific words she used, but that there was not a need for repentance anymore.
Do you recall, have you been interviewed by the police a couple different times?
Yes.
Do you recall being interviewed in April of 2021?
Was that was the Chandler Police
At
Department?
the police department instead of at your home?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you recall saying to the detectives then that she said, we don't need to repent anymore. We've come to that stage. And then you were asked when she said we, was she talking about like her and Chad or all you guys? And you said she was trying to get all of us to believe that. Mm. You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, but if that's in the transcripts, that was much closer to the time when it was said. It's been a few years. I don't remember exactly what was said anymore.
So your memory back then would have been better than now?
For sure.
So if you had told the police back then that she was trying to, in fact, tell everyone that you could follow along with this belief of not repenting, you would have been truthful to the police back then?
Of course, yes.
Do you recall Lori ever talking to you about people having dark and light levels assigned to them?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall Lori ever talking about not needing to repent because she was translated?
I don't remember her using that specific word, but I'll turn off.
What do you recall her saying with regards to that?
I remember her talking about changing physically and spiritually. Those are the two I remember.
And by changing physically, what do you recall of that?
Just being filled with more light and knowledge so that we could become closer to God.
So is that sort of the same as when we're talking about being translated?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't remember her saying that specific word.
Okay. So the concept was the same, whether or not she said that word, you don't recall now.
Correct.
Did Lori ever talk to you, either that weekend or prior to that, about casting?
Yes.
Do you recall if Lori was the person who brought up casting?
I believe she was, from my memory.
Do you recall if she talked to you about casting on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Now, how many times do you recall that she had brought this up?
I don't know how many times.
It was more than once?
Yes, it was more than once.
Did she ever bring it up while you were talking or Zoom talking like we used to do in the pandemic?
I never Zoom called with her.
Phone call?
Phone calls? Yes.
So at least one phone call you recall that she brought up casting?
But I remember one phone call. There might have been others. I just don't remember.
What, so was that phone call, to the best of your memory, before this girls' weekend in March of 2019?
From my memory, I think it was after.
Okay.
But
So then let's talk about the weekend of March, the girls' weekend in March of 2019.
okay.
Did Lori bring up casting there?
Yes, she did.
And the other time when Lori had talked about casting, whether it was before or after, was this to sort of cleanse society, sort of a generic, I don't want to say generic, but to try to cleanse evil from an area or a population, not a specific person?
Yes, it was like generally a cleanse or casting out evil.
Have you on your own sort of prayed to get rid of evil?
Yes, I have.
Is that sort of a personal casting that you've done? If we want to term it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't term it that way, but yes.
Okay. Would you just term it as you're praying for the better of the world?
Praying and or casting out evil, yes, in the name of Jesus Christ.
But you said you had never used casting as a term before.
No.
Okay. So Lori was the one using this word casting.
I don't recall her using that word. I think she was also saying casting out from my memory.
So casting out. When you met up on this girls'
I'm
weekend,
sorry, was the last answer a yes?
this was the first, I guess, Lori was the one using the term casting out.
Yes.
Okay. On this March girls' weekend trip, do you recall having Lori ask everyone to help cast out as to a specific person?
Yes.
Can you tell us who that was?
It was her husband, Charles.
Had you ever met Charles before?
Vague memory, but it was a quick, I think, meet as I was leaving Arizona for the Preparing a People conference in November. I was going to the airport, and I think he was coming in at the same time. Again, it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
But I think that's when we met very briefly.
So he was kind of coming home and you were leaving.
Yes.
Okay. Did this seem unusual to you to do this, to be asked to cast out as to a specific person?
Yes. But not. Did you say unusual?
Did it stand out to you, her asking you to cast out as to her husband?
Yes, it stood out to me.
During this weekend, did Lori talk to you about her husband, Charles Vallow, being possessed?
Yes, she did.
What do you recall about her talking about her husband being possessed?
I recall that she spoke about her husband being possessed by an evil spirit, and she named the evil spirit.
Do you recall what the name was?
Yes.
What was it?
It was Ned.
N-E-D? Ned?
N-E-D.
When you heard this, did that stand out to you as well?
Very much, yes. Very unusual.
Are you someone who questions things? Or
Yeah.
do you just go with the flow?
I question things.
So you're hearing these things from Lori that are standing out to you, some of them very against your religious beliefs. Are you starting to ask about some of these things?
Yes. I remember I was asking a lot of questions about the repentance thing she brought up. And I remember asking and talking to some of the other ladies about the casting out in a group setting before, or stuff like that.
Do you recall Lori Vallow telling you that her husband Charles was no longer Charles, that he was now this possessed person?
Yes.
When Lori was talking to you about Ned, was she explaining that this evil spirit was now in the body of her husband?
I don't know if she used those exact terms, but that was the impression I got, yes.
So the word she used expressed to you that idea that this evil spirit Ned was now in her husband's body.
Yes.
So did you ever hear Lori use the term zombie?
I did.
Is that another thing that kind of stuck out to you?
Very much.
In listening to Lori, did zombie sort of come to, did you understand that to mean someone whose body was possessed by an evil spirit?
Well, prior to this, I thought zombie was like a Hollywood thing, but she tried to relate the zombie and correlate that to the evil spirit that was inside of somebody.
Like her husband?
Like her husband, yes.
Did you ever start to question Lori about zombies and these evil spirits inhabiting her husband's body? Did you try to question her about that?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. When you started questioning her, at least about repenting that you recall, did you see a difference in how you were treated?
Soon after that girls' weekend, yes.
So let's talk about the group casting. What happened? What did you guys do for this group casting for her husband, Charles?
All the ladies came together, and we were all in the same room just talking, and I remember coming together. I don't remember if we were standing or sitting, but I remember Lori started and asked for this help for her husband because she needed to cast out this evil spirit, and she asked to just go around the room and each of us take turns casting out to see if we could get rid of this evil spirit within him.
Ned. And this was the first time you'd ever had anyone ask you to be part of some group to cast out?
Yes.
And a group to cast out an evil spirit as to a specific person?
I've never done that in a group setting before. Never even heard of that before.
After this weekend, let me ask you, how many days do you recall that you were here?
For which?
That March?
That March?
Yeah.
Just a couple days. I don't recall how many. Just a couple days, though.
Okay. So
like a weekend, maybe?
just the weekend type of thing.
Approximately.
During that time, do you recall just the one evening where Lori had asked you and the other women to cast out this evil spirit and her husband? Was there just one incident that weekend that you recall?
One incident. I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Over the March Girls' Weekend, was there just the one time where Lori asked the group to cast out Ned from her husband?
From my memory, yes, I think so.
had you heard on, though, more than one occasion, Lori saying that her husband was possessed?
More than one occasion on that weekend, or like?
Or either that weekend, or had you previously heard that?
I don't recall previously hearing that. And I don't remember hearing it after how many times she said that.
Was it discussed throughout the weekend?
I believe so.
Let's go ahead and recess for lunch. We'll resume at 1:30 p.m. I'll tell the jurors to remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury. So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me.
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
Things are getting spicy in the trial of Lori Vallow Daybell in Maricopa County, Arizona, as she tries to defend herself against charges that she conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to murder her estranged husband, Charles Vallow. Good afternoon. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching us live during our lunch show Q&A here during the trial of Lori Vallow Daybell. We are taking your questions as we always do, so please drop them in the YouTube chat. We love taking them, and I have a great group of people with me here today. Kurt Altman is a defense attorney and former prosecutor in Arizona, so he is here with us. And also Gigi McKelvey, she is the host of the Pretty Lies and Alibis podcast, also works with us here at Law&Crime, and she's an expert on this case. She's been following every detail of it from the very beginning and actually covered Chad and Lori's trials in Idaho, rather. So Gigi, let's check in with you first to talk about what has been going on today. Things got a little bit heated almost on cross-examination because Lori's brother, Adam Cox, he was on the stand testifying for the prosecution, and he was trying to help Charles Vallow help his sister.
Yeah, I mean, Charles reached out to Adam. Things were just getting really scary for Charles. Adam was the only person that would return his calls, so they formulated a plan for Adam to fly from Kansas into Arizona and help try and stage an intervention with Lori's family to maybe try to loosen her from whatever this grip had on her. And so Charles actually paid for Adam's flight to come to Arizona, and he just testified about the plan that day, which was Charles, as we know, was planning to go pick up JJ. He had some errands to run, but they were still trying to figure out exactly how to do this intervention, whether it be just bring a decoy phone to sit on the counter and have a real one in the pocket recording her saying she's a translated being, or do the same thing at a family dinner. And Adam's goal was to take that to the stake president, at least to take away her temple recommend, which is very important in the LDS faith because she was going to the temple a big amount of times every day or week. That was really odd for anybody in the LDS faith. So he was there to help Charles, but unfortunately things happened before they ever got started.
Yeah, it's, it's just, this case is such a tragedy. And Charles, of course, was the first victim in all of this, according to the prosecution. So, it's just, I go back each time, Gigi, every time I think about this case, I go back to that body camera footage from January of 2019, where Charles tried to get help for Lori. And even though he was trying to divorce her, he was still trying to get her help. He loved her. So I thought his testimony was very powerful. And then Lori got kind of upset with her brother on cross-examination, but she kept it short. And that's really kind of what you have to do on cross-examination.
Yeah, and clearly he is not a fan of her green chili chicken enchiladas because he didn't
like that.
He's like, the ones I made every time we had a family gathering, 10 times a year. And he's like, I got nothing. And then it was more of, were you at Colby's wedding? No, you weren't. How often did we see each other? So I think what Lori was trying to do for this jury is to show them they weren't really that close. And maybe what he's testifying to is just what Charles told him. He had no direct knowledge of it. I think she was trying to minimize Adam's role in her life, and therefore trying to make this whole intervention seem less of a big issue than what it really was.
Yeah, you weren't close to me, that type of thing. So before the lunch break, Serena Sharp, Gigi, was on the stand. So talk to us a bit about Serena. She's a former friend of Lori's.
Yeah, Serena was introduced to Lori through Melanie Gibb, another player who testified at both the trials in Idaho. She was very close to Lori. It seems to me that Serena came in the group and was really not a big part of it for a long time because everything she was hearing, it wasn't computing with her as being in line with the LDS religion and what is taught in their churches. So, you question Lori, you're kicked out. You're dark. If you don't agree with her, you're gone. And Serena wasn't the only person it happened to, but I think out of that whole group, Serena was in it the least amount of time.
Mm-hmm. I want to bring Kurt Altman into this now. Kurt, I thought Lori did not, even though she got upset about the green chili chicken enchiladas or whatever, and that seemed to really irk her. And she does get emotional. She, at least on that cross-examination of her brother, she tried to make her points and she got in and got out. She didn't get hung up on a bunch of stuff and let her emotions really, really get the best of her. And I felt like she got in and she got out.
Yeah, I think that's right. I was actually kind of excited, if that's the right word, to see her cross-examination because it was her brother, and she didn't make her points super well, but she was clearly going, hey, we don't know each other that well. I did chuckle about the green chicken chili, but there was nothing much that she could have done with him. He said what he said. She's not going to discredit him. There wasn't much else she could do. She ended with, hey, you didn't see me or hear me or ever hear anything about me conspiring to kill Charles, right? Which, sure, okay, I didn't see anything personally, but it really opened the door for a pretty significant redirect examination.
Mm-hmm. What I thought was interesting was that even if maybe we'll have to see how effective it was, but I just was impressed that she controlled herself to a degree. I didn't expect that after she kind of, she let her emotions almost get the best of her with Nancy Jo yesterday, where she wanted to really know what Charles said about her in the text messages. And so I thought, and then she kind of had the lunch break to calm down, but I really thought, oh, she's going to lose it on her brother.
I kind of thought so too, but that's really the role, and probably the role they're playing very well of advisory council. After what they saw her losing her cool in court earlier, they're probably like, hey, this is not, they can't really do the legal stuff for her, but they can be like, this is not going well. You need to control that. That's not going to play well with the jury. I'm sure that's what they're telling her, and she listened.
Yeah, maybe they've got, Gigi, I'm wondering, the sheriff has the rack belt. Maybe they've got their own little system to kind of like jolt Lori. They've got something going on in that courtroom. So I heard, Gigi, you kind of wanted to chime in on something with Adam.
Oh, no, I was just saying the same thing is, yesterday her emotions really did get the best of her, and it wasn't a cross-exam more than it was, I want to know what was said about me. It became that gossip element and not the facts of the case. And clearly, I thought the same thing. Her advisory council probably said, look, you need to take it down like 50 notches, because if you remember when we broke at lunch yesterday, it seemed like she was going to open that door, and the judge cautioned her against going there with that that witness because you're going to have to bring in the crimes in Idaho, the murders of the kids and all that. So we expected her to go full force after lunch, but I'm sure that advisory council is really cautioning her in the cross-exam. And there are some big witnesses. You know, her brother, we have Kay Woodcock, her former sister-in-law coming up today, another big emotional witness because we all know Kay Woodcock got that life insurance policy. Charles changed it to her. And I'm sure Lori is very salty about that because that really threw a wrench in all their plans. So we'll see if she can hold it together when Kay's on the stand. That's going to be the big test.
Yeah, that will be a huge test. All right, we've got some great questions coming in, so let's get to those questions. The first one is going to Gigi. This is from Nilo Rose, pardon me if I mispronounce that. And I think this is directed to Serena's testimony. What do you think Lori's first question will be? And I'm assuming this is to Serena.
Well, it's probably not going to be about her green chili chicken enchiladas, but, you know, I think what Lori's going to do is I think she's probably just going to minimize the amount of time they were together. I mean, it doesn't seem like it was this constant getting together. I mean, she lived in Connecticut, so she wasn't local. I think they did a couple of Zoom meetings, but I think Lori's probably just going to say, look, we met on this date. We really didn't talk after this date, and it's not a long period of time. So, again, just minimizing what Christina may know about Charles and the conspiracy. So I kind of expect her to go that way. Like, you don't really know me all that well. We met a handful of times and that's it.
Yeah, and that may be wise. So this one's for you, Kurt. This is from Hot Mess Mom TV. Some pro se defendants have advisory counsel, but some don't. Who makes that decision? Is it up to the defendant or the judge?
Again, I think we answered some of these questions like this the other day. It depends on the jurisdiction you're in, but I can tell you here in Arizona, if you're representing yourself as a pro se defendant, you get advisory counsel, even if you object. It's the law. Somebody has to be there. Now, how much that pro se defendant uses that advisory counsel, it's really up to them, but they will be there. Sometimes the defendant can make the decision that they don't want them to sit at the table with them, but there's advisory counsel somewhere and dealing with them behind the scenes in Arizona.
Right. And I think a lot of places would likely do that because, gosh, can you imagine just sitting there going it all on your own? I mean, it just seems like you're creating a nightmare scenario on appeal, even if you're waiving all of your rights to whatever. Still, I mean, it just seems like, Kurt, it could create a whole host of issues.
Oh, you're right, Anjanette, a whole host of issues. I'll tell you, like you hit it right on the head. The Court of Appeals, they don't want to see somebody represent themselves in that record if they can help it. It's their right, so they're not going to stop it. The trial court doesn't want to see that if they can help it because it's just a mess. You know, people say a lot of things about lawyers, but there's a reason they're there. And really, it's to secure and preserve the system so the system works the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, most definitely. Gigi, let's go back to you. I meant to touch on this earlier, Gigi, but I feel like the stuff with Adam really blew my mind. So I kind of forgot to ask you about this. So this is a good question. This is from One Not Stressed. Is Lori aware that Colby is among the spectators? Because we saw this early in the chat, and I think you were talking about it too, that Colby, her son, Lori's son, her oldest son, is in the courtroom today.
He is, and he is sitting on the front row. When Lori came out, I did not see her look his way, but as we broke for lunch and we were all standing up to leave, I was getting my gear, I was one of the last out. He was still in the courtroom on the front row. She did glance over at him a couple of times. I did not see him look at her. He has his own YouTube channel. He has been very public that he actually did an interview with his mom and told her, you know, you can't be in my kids' lives, and essentially I have to cut this off here. But no, doesn't seem like he looked at her, but I did catch a few glances his way once everybody was pretty much out of the courtroom.
Here is another question. Some of these questions I think are, there should be one of those slash S's because I think they're sarcastic. But this is from Keyshawn Oz for Gigi. Can you identify Ned in the courtroom today? This whole Ned Snyder thing, Gigi, I can't imagine. What were the jurors doing? This is a mostly male jury, if not all male, I think. What were they doing sitting there watching Adam talk about all this stuff?
We kind of started to see it yesterday when one of the witnesses started bringing in the possession and talking about this evil entity. You could just see on their faces, it was sort of a brick wall. I mean, it was like, whoa. You could see their eyes they were leaning forward a bit. Body language is huge watching jurors. When it was mentioned that Lori was becoming a translated being, one juror kind of rolled his eyes and grinned just a bit. But now they're starting to get really interested. But you can see on a couple of the jurors' faces, maybe confused because this case is so convoluted. And I mean, I've covered this for 5 years and sometimes I still get confused. So you're hearing these bits and pieces in the story about Nephi and Laban, and they people that aren't LDS may not understand it. Adam gave a brief description, but I really wish they would have brought back in those texts from Lori and Alex, where she said, I'm told I'll be like Nephi. And then after Charles is killed, there is a text message. It was a Nephi and Laban ending. And so according to Adam's story, Nephi killed Laban, I believe, and didn't really want to, but had to. So I think maybe there is some confusion there when the religious stuff is referred to, because it gets really deep, especially when they're skewing it the way they do with their little splinter wackadoodle religion. So you do see a little confusion on the jurors' faces with that. But when Lori was up crossing Adam, you could see a few of the male jurors especially were amused at sort of this sibling rivalry on the stand. I mean, your sister is her own attorney and you are on the stand and you're under cross-examination by your sister who you share birthdays and Christmases with. It was awkward in there, to say the least. The atmosphere was a little heavy. But you could see a few of the jurors were amused, that especially with the enchilada thing. It got a giggle or two.
Yeah, no kidding. The enchiladas, I think everybody got a giggle. And, we might have a tease. I'm going to tease something, Gigi. Keep those enchiladas on your mind because we might have a question about those coming up. Let's go to our next question. This one's for you, Kurt. So I hope you're familiar with your Son of Sam law type things going on. This is from Kimberly. Has she been denied? Has Lori been denied movie rights? Can she sell her story? And so we've got 2 states here. We've got Idaho. We've got Arizona. So is there a Son of Sam law in Arizona?
Actually, there's really not a law that will say that in Arizona, but and I can speak from experience in these cases. Cases like this, often if she's convicted, often at sentencing, the prosecution will ask the court for part of sentencing to be, hey, she can't profit from this, or if she does profit from this, because you can't really stop them from selling their story or telling their story, but she can't profit from it. She can't gain any pecuniary advantage from it. So if any money comes from it, could it go to a charity? Can it go to this or something like that? And a lot of courts will do that. A lot of judges will do that.
Yeah, that's interesting that there's nothing on the books there in Arizona. Maybe they've just never done that. But I feel like a lot of states do have those laws on the books. But obviously, I'm sure the prosecution in this case, if she's convicted, would ask for that. Let's go to another one for you, Kurt. This is from Surviva Ara. I don't understand why this trial is even on. She's already guilty in her other cases. And, I had a tweet about this today, Kurt. Somebody said to me, I can't even watch this, and she's already doing life in prison. But this is about Charles Vallow. The state is saying there has to be accountability for what happened to Charles, and we believe this was a crime.
I think that's right. I've had that question a lot, actually. And it makes sense, especially when you talk about the money that it costs and why are we doing this? She's already convicted. I think, Anjanette, you hit it right on the head. Number one, Charles is a separate victim that took place in a separate jurisdiction. He has a right, and his family has a right to justice, and Arizona actually has a state interest in that justice. So that's the first reason. The second reason is she's convicted in Idaho, but that is certainly on appeal, and it's certainly going to be on appeal in Idaho for many, many years. If the state of Arizona decided to not do anything with this case, and something happened with that case in Idaho on appeal, like it got reversed for a technical issue or whatever it may be, I mean, there's a possibility, probably slim, but there's a possibility that she could walk out of jail before that next trial happened in Idaho. So by trying her in Arizona, it kind of secures that conviction in Idaho as well. And it just makes it doubly, maybe triply by the time we're done, more difficult for her to get out of this on appeals and things like that.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, maybe there was some conversation back and forth. You never know. Maybe this was an insurance policy. Gigi, let's go back to you. This one is from Desobedence or Desobetus, you. Sorry if I'm not saying that right. Anjanette, I repeat the question. How much does the jury know about Lori's story prior to this trial? So, you know, they can know about it, Gigi, but they have to be able to set aside what they know.
Right, and I'm sure that they just looked for people who knew very little, if anything, and I use this example a lot. When I was in Boise for her 6-week long trial, I would go out and people would notice my southern accent. Why are you here? I'm covering the Lori Vallow trial. Well, who's she? And these are people that lived there for decades. So not everybody is as invested in true crime as we are. So maybe they see her picture on the news, but really don't know what she's accused of or what she's been convicted of. And even here in Phoenix, a couple of times I've had people ask what I was doing in town. I would tell them, oh, I haven't heard of that trial. So you'd be surprised how many people just don't follow true crime and really have no clue about Lori Daybell and what she's done and this whole, crazy story.
Yeah, and you know, an interesting point about that, Gigi, that you bring up. I mean, her trial was held in Ada County in Boise, which was far south. You know, that was several hours south of where the murders occurred. So, yeah, of course, people in Ada County may not have known, especially if they aren't following crime.
And I'll tell you this too, Anjanette, there are a lot of young men on this jury. I would say in their 20s. And so, you know, I'm not saying there is a certain demographic for a true crime, but I think that could also help or helped in jury selection, that you do have a bit of a younger generation in there that probably would rather watch other things than true crime. And then you do have some middle age and then maybe one older gentleman. And I say older very cautiously. But yeah, I mean, they all seem invested and like they're paying attention as if they're learning this for the first time. I don't see anybody really ever kind of wandering off or seeming uninterested. So they're hanging on every word, I guess, to gather all these pieces to try to make some sense of this.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, where you are too, like Maricopa County, we were talking about this the other day, 4.5 million people live there too. So that's a very large jury pool. Let's go now to Kurt. This is from Debbie Bolton. Does the council, the advisory council, give advice or only when asked by Lori? That's an interesting question, Kurt. It makes you wonder, do they ever kind of, because she's up at the podium asking her questions, so they're not standing there right next to her, so they have to wait until she sits down. So how does that work?
Right. I mean, it's a really, really weird relationship, to be honest, and it depends on who your advisory council is. Under the law, once Lori decides and is basically sanctioned to represent herself by the court, she's supposed to do the legal arguments. She's supposed to do all the legal stuff. She's supposed to do everything. Advisory council is just there to aid her. Logistics are a big thing in trial, so they're there to aid her in logistics, tell her how to get subpoenas out, stuff like that. But every council is a little bit different. they're not going to advise her sitting at the table like, hey, do this, say this, because then they'd be the lawyer. But I'm sure, I don't know about these lawyers, but many advisory council will meet with them afterwards, go to the jail cell that they're in and say, hey, this is how it went. I think they probably did that when she lost her cool yesterday, and she managed to keep her cool today. So it kind of depends on the relationship, but under the law, they're just supposed to be there to kind of help with the logistics and make sure nothing tragic, I guess, happens from a legal standpoint.
So when she comes back from the
Angela,
podium,
I will say.
Go ahead, Gigi.
Sorry. I was just going to say, she does talk to her advisory council on a very regular basis, and her investigator as well.
So when she goes back to the table, Gigi, from the podium after she's done cross-examining a witness, I mean, is she kind of like, are you getting the vibe that she's like, so how did I do, or what should I ask, or are they kind of passing notes, or what are you seeing?
Not so much when she's finished, but like, for example, when Adam was on the stand on direct, Lori was writing a lot. She was whispering a bit and she was shaking her head no several times, but it was a short cross. So maybe she wanted to go there, and maybe her advisory council was like, whoa, calm down just a bit, just get up there, ask these questions and be done. But I watched, and he was on the stand for a half hour and she was nonstop writing and whispering, but like you say, that cross was short and sweet. So, but no, she does talk to them on a very regular basis. Her investigator, her paralegal, and advisory council, she's active with all of them.
Kurt, this one's for you. This comes from Texas Two Pugs. Are there objections that you think that Lori could make, but since she's not experienced, she's missing objections? And she says, sorry for asking again, but I'm really interested.
Yeah, I actually do. In fact, today I was able to watch some of Adam's, it's her brother's testimony, and the direct examination focused a lot on text messages and conversations between Charles and him, around the time. And at one point, the prosecutor goes, well, I want to move this into admission. It's a present sense impression. What that is that's an exception to the hearsay rule, because those text messages are likely or arguably hearsay. And there are some exceptions, and they were probably going to come in. But I think most lawyers would have fought like crazy, both before trial and making objections in front of the jury, to keep those text messages out, because those are statements by somebody else that are offered, to prove some things. So yeah, I think she's missing stuff, and that's why you have a lawyer. Would it make a difference in the end if those objections were made? Maybe not. But even as you said, or as the judge said, when she objected to cross-examination or redirect going beyond the scope of cross, she got that one right, and he gave her an opportunity to test or to ask some more questions after that. But there's a lot of things, very technical things, that she's missing and will continue to miss because she's just not trained and experienced in this.
And it makes me wonder if the advisory council is not kind of prompting her, or kind of, saying, hey, you need to object. Can they not do that as advisory council?
I mean, I think they probably can. I don't know. I've never, thank goodness, been advisory counsel in a case like this. But, I think I would be like, hey, listen, this is what we're going to do. If you want to listen to me, if I throw an elbow, if I give you one of these, that's probably an objection. So, like, pay attention. I won't do it that much, but if it's something important, I'm going to let you know somehow. So I'm sure advisory counsel's trying the best that she can.
I'm sure. Gigi, this is a really good question for you, and it's kind of like hindsight's 2020. I feel like I'm asking you to speculate, but it's just going back to January 2019. Holistic Healing Therapeutics asks, I've been following you since the beginning of the case. Do you feel like justice for Charles goes back to the beginning? If the police had listened to Charles, would we be here?
Yeah, and thanks for that, first off. But I do agree. There were so many discrepancies in their police interviews between Tylee, Alex, and Lori. There were discrepancies with Alex's version of events. We heard about that yesterday with the projectile underneath Charles and that defect on the floor where Alex said he did not shoot Charles on the ground. And it's very sad to think, but had Charles been listened to on the body cam, which we really haven't seen in court yet, I'm sure they'll be played and you'll see him pleading. And everything that he said on the body cam video ultimately was testified to as a fact in those Idaho trials and will be again here. I do think had Charles been taken seriously, we may not even be here and know any of these people.
And Kurt, that's a good kind of question. I want to bring you in on this too. Charles asked to have her committed temporarily back in January of 2019. He went to the police and he said, she thinks I'm Ned Snyder, Morona on top of the temple. He's like, laying all this stuff out for the police, and the police bring her in and talk to her. And the guy's basically like, well, you look okay to me, and so she doesn't get taken in for this temporary commitment. And, it makes you wonder, gosh, where would we be had she possibly been taken in for that mental health evaluation? So how is that really hard to get somebody temporarily committed?
It's always, hard is probably not the right word because it can be done here. It's just always a difficult decision. And in this case, I think police officers were put in a position to have to make a decision that maybe they're not trained to do. But in Arizona, you can be involuntarily committed for up to 72 hours and evaluated by psychiatrists and medical professionals. And then if they want to keep you beyond 72 hours and it's involuntary, you have a right to go to court and have a hearing and present it all to a judge, and then a judge makes a decision. But really, before that, this involuntary commitment, it's a total judgment call. And we've seen Lori in this trial, and she has different personalities. She can turn it on. So I don't know what happened in that interview with her with the police, but she probably turned it on and is like, I don't need this. I'm fine. And they made a judgment call. Unfortunately, like you said, hindsight is 20/20. A judgment call turns out to be the wrong one in this case, which is tragic.
Yeah, it breaks my heart every time I look at that body camera video. Gigi?
Yeah, but Anjanette, she did turn herself in voluntarily for that psychiatric evaluation, and she was released just a few hours later.
Okay, but she wasn't held, I guess, as for, she did. Okay, so I misspoke. I apologize. But it doesn't sound like this was a thorough a couple of hours versus maybe somebody really digging deep. We might be in a different place.
Yeah. Right. They had the order. And so when Charles took her purse after she took JJ to school back in January, he had that order for her to be picked up for this psychiatric evaluation. When Lori went to the Gilbert Police Department to report Charles had taken her purse, the officer essentially told her how to avoid being picked up. In other words, if we knock on your door, you don't have to answer. They were telling Charles at the same time, you can bring that order here, and if we have that order, then we can do something. But it never manifested there in the police station. But she did, and that was something she bragged about, was, hey, I went, they released me a few hours later and said I was fine.
All right. Well, thank you for clearing that up for us. Gigi, we got 2 more questions for you because court will resume here in a little bit. So keep the questions coming into us in the YouTube chat. Kurt and I will take a bunch of them, but we got 2 more questions for you, Gigi. So the first one comes from TH, and TH asks, does the jail/prison have a barber shop where Lori is getting her hair done?
Some jails and prisons do have barbershops. Some commissaries and jails and prisons allow you to buy hair dye and things of that nature. And then there's just good old-fashioned creativity. They may use toilet paper rolls to get the curls, or I've heard of various things they can use to do themselves up for court, using Kool-Aid for lipstick or just regular number 2 pencils for eyeliner. There's been a couple of hearings where people noted her makeup looked very amateurish. So I always say she wraps her hair around the bars to get them big curls. But yeah, no, you do have access to things in there, and but not anything like a flat iron or a curler. So somehow she's getting that. But remember, she was a hairdresser, so she knows what she's doing in that area.
She knows all the tricks. And somebody had actually told me last year, or maybe a couple of years ago, that she was using Jolly Ranchers to do the lipstick. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's just what somebody told me. This is the last question for you, Gigi, before we let you go. This comes from the Law&Crime staff, so forgive me, but everybody's loving the green chicken enchilada recipe. Could you get us the recipe? I don't know. I don't know if you can talk to Lori about that, but everybody's wondering the green chili chicken enchilada recipe, please.
Look, I might get kicked out of court, but I will stand up and be like, excuse me, Lori, can I get that recipe? Or look, I mean, she's emailed me in the past. Maybe I'll just email her after trial and be like, girl, Law&Crime Network, they want that recipe because you did it for every family gathering. But here's the thing, though. Be warned, it's obviously not memorable. So I don't know if you want it or not.
Yeah, and, I'm not sure I want to take any cooking tips, maybe. But I won't eat it if she makes it. How about that? But maybe I'll try the recipe. Gigi McKelvey, thank you so much. It's been so fun hanging out with you. We'll let you go so you can get a bite to eat and get back into court. And we'll see you another time. Have a great afternoon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, Kurt, you and I will take it from here. We've got plenty of questions rolling in. So guys, keep those questions coming. So what Gigi just mentioned about them taking her for a couple of hours for this evaluation, not a 72-hour, it doesn't sound like there was a 72-hour hold as you were talking about or anything like that. I'm not sure what you could do in a couple of hours, but somebody was asking here, Cheryl Cooper asked, can the family sue Arizona for dropping the ball? I mean, it wasn't really the state of Arizona. It doesn't sound like that dropped any balls, but are there any grounds there? Because I mean, Charles did go, it's on body camera, and he's saying, look, she's saying all this stuff. And then, I mean, she was taken for apparently a couple of hours and talked to, but it wasn't, I mean, I don't know what you can get done in a couple of hours with a mental health evaluation.
Right. They probably did a basic evaluation. I don't know for sure. I guess
none of us know.
To answer the question directly, I'll say what one of my law professors 30 some years ago says, like, you can always sue it, but the question is, can you win? And there's probably some arguable grounds for a lawsuit and something like this for some sort of negligence. But to be quite frank, I think there's probably not a likelihood of success in something like this, because what we forget when they're evaluating somebody for a 72-hour hold or something like that, they need to make a finding in Arizona, or the doctors need to decide that she's either like immediately, imminently a danger to herself or someone else. And we know what the result here was, but at the time of that evaluation, they didn't find that, so they let her go, I presume. And, the possibility is there's nothing wrong with her, that she just planned this, that this was a plan the whole time. And if you're evaluating somebody that there's nothing wrong with, and this is their plan, there's not much a doctor can do because they're not going to tell you.
Yeah, definitely. And you could be right. I mean, maybe there wasn't, I mean, it's hard to tell because she was deemed incompetent to stand trial in Idaho for a time. So there must be some issue, but maybe there isn't a mental health issue to where she qualified for this hold. And maybe they just believe she just planned this, and yikes. I mean, that's almost scarier. So let's go now to another one. This is from Nomad. Actually, we just kind of answered that. Sorry, Nomad. We just kind of talked about that, about the police department. But so we'll move on to Nick Core. This is for you, Kurt. Will there be any investigation into why the Chandler PD didn't arrest Alex or Lori sooner? There was clearly evidence. It seems lives could have been saved if they had. And this is Nick from England. So he's watching from the UK. Thanks for watching, Nick.
I'm sure that every police agency, like they do routinely, in this case and others, is evaluating their conduct and their procedures in it. What that investigation or what that evaluation looks like, it's probably going to turn into training or things like that. But I guess you said the question was from England. It's different here too. I think a little bit different. You really, unfortunately, police really can't do anything until a crime or an act has been committed. It's difficult to be like, we think she's going to do this without the evidence uh, to hold somebody. Certainly, if they believe there's a conspiracy, there's some text messages saying, "Hey, we're going to go do this. We're going to go rob a bank." They can prevent that if they have it. But it's a very fine line, because if they jump too early, they're going to walk into somebody like me or the advisory council or other defense lawyers that are going to protect the client's rights. So, um, unfortunately, the police can't prevent all of this. I'm sure they're evaluating their conduct in it. I'm sure they've developed training from it, and hopefully, it'll just keep progressing and getting better.
Yeah, let's hope. All you can do is learn from everything every day. This is from Mad Mac. Playing devil's advocate, maybe Adam was playing it, not remembering the enchiladas to aggravate Lori. But would that be perjury?
Well, if he actually remembered the enchiladas and said he did not, and there was proof of that, yeah, I guess that could be perjury. Um, but I think, in all likelihood, he didn't want to have her cross-examine him. He appeared to have this kind of disgusted look on his face, and he probably wasn't really thinking about it. And she obviously is very proud of her enchiladas, but
Yeah.
I think he was just like, "What are you talking about? We're here for a murder."
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we're talking about Charles and zombies, and you thinking you're gonna be some kind of celestial whatever, and you're hung up on enchiladas. Like, lady, what is your deal? So
I mean, she's proud, I
talking about,
guess.
yeah, she is proud. And as far as perjury goes, to use a food kind of thing, the state has bigger fish to fry. Let's just say that, since we're going to talk about food. But let's listen to a little bit of Adam Cox. He was on the stand and he laid this all out. So here's Adam. We'll talk about it on the other side, Kurt.
At some point, did you learn or become aware of the fact that Lori and Charles were having some marital problems?
Yes.
Just yes or no, did you ever talk to Charles about why he and Lori were having marital problems?
Yes.
You yourself personally, were you aware of Lori having any beliefs that were outside of what is accepted by the LDS religion?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you were aware of that you knew to be outside the LDS religion?
Lori told me that she was in the process of translating from a mortal human being to an immortal human being, a celestial state.
That's something that the LDS religion supports?
I haven't heard of it that it's happened here on Earth yet.
Did you ever hear her talking about being married to someone that is relevant in your religion?
Yes, I have heard that.
Did she tell that to you?
I don't know. I can't recall her telling me that, but I remember other people telling me that.
Okay. Was there anything else that you recall her telling you that she believed that seemed outside the LDS religion?
Yes. There was a time where she told me that she had more priesthood authority than the priesthood did.
And why, can you explain for us what that means, why that was significant to you?
In our religion, the men hold the priesthood, and she said that she's in a state where she's above that.
Okay.
I didn't quite understand it, but very strange.
So Kurt, I mean, he's laying out the beginning of the story and what the prosecutors are saying led up to July of 2019. So he's talking about basically trying to help Charles, and he knew what Charles was going through and trying to help Lori.
Yeah, I found him to be a very, relatively brief, but really, really important witness for the prosecution. And it goes not only helps make their case, but it directly contradicts what, or I guess a little indirectly contradicts what she's saying her defense is. She's basically saying, hey, this whole thing was kind of a self-defense or a defense of others. And he's laying out the scenario that happened before that shows that that's just not the case, or starts to be parts of the pieces of the case to show that it was not self-defense. And this was all part of a plan. Um, it's wild. It's a wild story. Just this case alone, not to mention the Idaho case and the other cases that she's facing.
Mm-hmm. This is a really good question for you, Kurt, because you're an attorney, so this would fall under the rules of evidence. This comes from Tylee _1237. Can they call someone from the LDS church to ask if this is a normal belief? And she's talking about everything that Adam kind of laid out and talked about.
Yeah, they could.
Be an expert,
kind of like an
right?
expert witness. Exactly, an expert witness. An expert witness doesn't necessarily have to be somebody that's a super scientist and smarter than everybody and has all these degrees. An expert witness is defined in the law as just somebody that has a greater knowledge of whatever the issue would be than the average juror. And of course, if they could call somebody from the LDS, like a bishop or a president, as Adam was talking about, to say, yeah, those are not our beliefs. Those are contrary to our beliefs. This is what the LDS religion believes and how it goes and stuff like that. They 100% could do that in this case.
Mm-hmm. I want to just add to something that Gigi was talking about, Kurt, with the mental health evaluation. And you and I were talking about this with possibly getting a 72-hour hold. Kathy Russin, our managing editor, she sent me a little message and said, the Gilbert police report says that Lori volunteered to go get checked out, and she checked herself into Community Bridges before being discharged a few hours later. So she's like, yeah, I'll go. And then she got checked out, and then they let her go. So as you mentioned, if she's there for a few hours and somebody talks to her, she must have, I guess, passed with flying colors that initial, whatever the screening process would be.
Yeah, it sounds like it. And I mean, hearing that, it makes me think again, the old phrase, crazy like a fox. Like, she understood maybe at that point what was going on and that the Gilbert police might be able to get this hold. And she's like, no, that's fine. I'll go do it myself. Because obviously I'm putting the pieces together, but she may have said, I'm going to be fine on an evaluation. I'm going to go talk to them. And I know they're going to let me go. So I'll do it on my terms rather than being taken involuntarily. I don't know. It's just a theory, but it seems to fit right now.
Here's another one for you, Kurt. This is this is quite a name, from Istanbul. Deniz Kurtoglu Ekin. If I mispronounced that, I'm sorry, but I did my best. Can they show Charles's video with audio, or is it not allowed because he is deceased? Thank you from Istanbul.
Yeah, they'd be able to do that. The officer whose body cam it was, or somebody that is what they call a custodian of records, could get that video into evidence, and it could be played. Even if Charles is on there and speaking, because hearsay is very technical. They would say it's being offered not for the truth of what Charles said, which could be hearsay, but to show his demeanor and the reasons they did things and the reasons they didn't do things. So certainly that could come in. I suspect it's going to at some point.
I would think they would have to go back to that, because that is the beginning of this, really. Because even though they're focusing on what happened in July, it goes back because the prosecutor the other day started her opening statement with the whole thing about Nephi. And I mean, that's how she opened it up. And so we've already heard the testimony about Charles possibly Lori thinking Charles was possessed, that he had demons, he was Ned Snyder. And that's all discussed in the body camera footage from January. So I think they're going to have to get into that maybe next week in some testimony and show that video to show, we started looking into this further, and gosh, we go back and we see this video from January and we're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think that's right. And remember her Lori Vallow's opening statement. She basically claimed my defense is self-defense. And this video, so long before this incident, starts to negate, again, piece by piece, that self-defense claim, because she said that Charles on that day was so angry and things like this. It just gives more credibility to the prosecution's version of events than the defense's self-defense version of these events. And I suspect the jury's going to see that video.
Chris Mass asks this question: can the jury go with not guilty because they think she's mentally unstable due to zombie and possession talk, or is that not an option due to her being fit for trial? Well, those are two separate issues, whether she's fit for trial and competent, and whether or not she's NGI. Is that even an option there in Arizona?
Well, the jury won't be given that option to be not guilty, to find her not guilty by reason of insanity, because she has been found competent to stand trial. And as far as I know, I could be wrong, but as far as I know, she has not alleged and noticed that defense. She has to notice that defense in order for them to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. But a jury can basically, when they're in that jury room, make their decision on whatever they want. It might not be not guilty by reason of insanity, but there could be a juror back there that just won't find her guilty because he's like, man, she's crazy. She's crazy. I'm not going to find her guilty. And if they stand by that, we can't ask them why they did certain things. And she could be found not guilty, or more likely, if somebody holds out for a reason like that, there could be a mistrial.
Interesting. That's always a possibility. You just never know what is going to happen when these jurors get back there and start deliberating. All right, we want to let everybody know that court just resumed, but of course we have that 30-minute delay. But court is back in session in real time. So before the lunch break, Serena Sharp, a former friend of Lori Vallow Daybell's, was on the stand, and she had, been to some of these preparing the people meetings and things like that. So that is who will be on the stand once the testimony gets up and going again. So we think we're going to get back into court just in about maybe 28 minutes for you, something around there. So let's get back to more of your questions. Keep those coming in, and then we will get you back into court as soon as the feed catches up with the delay. So this one comes from a True Crime Yaya, Kurt. Is there a way to introduce the police video of Charles telling them he believes they are plotting to kill them? Yeah, we just talked about that. So that's going to be a powerful piece of evidence. Can you imagine when the jury sees and hears from Charles Vallow talking about all of this?
Oh yeah, and I think the prosecution is probably just biding their time. They're going to lay out their case. They're going to lay out some motive. Motive isn't an element, but certainly motivation and motive is important in this case. They're going to methodically lay that out, and then I imagine at the right time they're going to play that video, and the jury is going to be kind of smacked in the face with that. I think that's going to be a very, very key piece of evidence.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's go now to Nancy Jo Hancock. Now, Nancy Jo Hancock is a woman who had been texting with Charles Vallow. She met him on an LDS dating site, and the night before he was killed, they actually went on a date together. So she took the stand, and this was Lori Vallow Daybell getting kind of fired up on cross-examination with Nancy Jo Hancock. So let's take a look at that piece of testimony.
On dates with married men?
I'm going to
Not
object
naturally?
argumentative. And I'm going to also object under 611 for harassment.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, do I not have a right to cross-examine this witness for what she has already testified to?
You can cross-examine her about what she's testified to.
So you did go on a date with a married man,
I went on a date with Charles.
but you did not know he was married.
I knew his divorce was not final.
His divorce was not started.
Okay.
Okay. So in your text messages, you asked Charles if he was a good kisser. Is that correct?
Maybe, sure.
Did he answer that text message?
I'm
gonna
sure.
object to
I'm sure he did.
relevance. Again, 611 harassment.
I'll sustain the objection for relevance and hearsay.
So are you trying to tell me and this jury that you went on one date with my husband and he told you all the details of our lives?
I'm telling you the truth, and that's what I know.
So you spent your whole date getting to know each other, talking about me?
Don't flatter yourself. No, we did not spend the whole time talking about you.
You knew a lot about me, right?
I knew what I've testified to.
What else did you talk about on your date?
Lots of things.
Like what, for instance?
Life, kids, the church, lots of things.
Okay. Did he tell you about anything about our other 4 children?
Yes,
So you knew that we did have 5 children as well?
I did.
Okay. Did he talk to you about my daughter Tylee?
He did.
Did he talk about his relationship with her?
I don't recall that.
Did he talk about the contention in his relationship with my daughter Tylee?
I don't recall that.
I'm sure you don't.
Then I'm going to object to comments by the defendant made after questions, testifying.
I'll sustain the objection.
So, Kurt, I have to know what you think of all that, because obviously Lori is taking issue with the fact that Nancy Jo Hancock went on a date with her husband, a married man. Meanwhile, we've got the whole Chad Daybell situation going on with Lori. So, your thoughts?
I just think like she was real close there to showing the jury who she actually is. And in fact, she showed a little bit. That was not helpful to her. I love the one answer, like, don't flatter yourself. We didn't talk about you that whole time. This shows that she's a narcissist and ego. I'm not very smart. I don't know the definitions of all those words, but she thinks about herself. And that's what's number one in her book. And she's starting to show that here, because I mean, think about it. We're talking about a murder trial, the murder of her husband, and she's like, "Did you kiss my husband? Did he say he was a good kisser? What are you talking?" I mean, the jury has to be like, "Come on!" And she's starting to show who she is, and that's dangerous territory for her.
And I think she did show, and it's kind of high school. I had said this before. This is very high school. Like, okay, I was done with him, but now you wanted to date him, and I'm kind of hanging out with this other guy, and but I want to know what he said about me. I mean, it's like, it's very high school and very weird, and it kind of dovetails really well into our next question, and it was about this from Ailes Me. Wasn't Chad married when Lori started dating him? I mean, pot kettle, right? So that is going to, of course, come up.
Yeah, I think that's right. And you said high school. It kind of reminds me, if there wasn't a real life murder or a number of murders involved, of one of those kind of like high school type movies that I don't watch them, but that are on all the
Oh, come
time.
on,
It's
Kurt.
crazy. It's like, oh, maybe a little. Like, well, you went out on a date with my husband. Like, I can do what I want. I can date Chad Daybell, but man, my husband is mine too. So
Yeah.
that is not going to play well with the jury, especially men.
No.
Frankly, you said it's mostly men, right? They're going to be like, "Come on."
Yes. I mean, can you imagine? I just think these men, I wish I was sitting in there to watch all of this. Let's go to our next question. This is from Texas Two Pugs again. Can the judge hold Lori in contempt if she keeps violating some of the court procedures? And if so, what happens next?
He can. He certainly is going to avoid that if at all possible, especially in front of the jury. Things that happen in front of the jury, he's going to correct her. If she keeps doing it, he's going to get rid of the jury and then have another talk with her and talk about contempt. In the end, does she care about contempt? Probably not. Like, she's on trial for murder. But he's doing a very good job in a very difficult situation of controlling that courtroom, and contempt is an option down the road. He would probably use every other option first, however.
Yeah, most certainly. And I mean, it would kind of feed into her, she kind of plays the victim. I mean, I almost feel like that would feed into her kind of, I'm the victim in all of this, and, you know, nobody gets me, that kind of thing that she's got going on.
Yeah, I think that's right. And you know, and that's where a lot of pro se defendants will go, "Oh, well, I didn't know, like I've never done this before," you know, kind of stuff. So they try to get it both ways. So the judge is going to have his hands full over the next 5 weeks, but I think he's doing great so far.
Yeah, he seems like a very patient man. Although I think he has had his patience tried quite a bit over the last week or two. This one's from Jeff Pogue. Would a proper defense attorney have allowed the prosecutor to get away with that much narrative? It seemed to me that both Lori's brother and the other witness were allowed to answer with too much opinion. How do you feel about that, Kurt?
You know, I'll stay with my consistent answers that she'd be a lot better off with a defense lawyer that's trained and done trials. That lawyer sitting next to her would be doing a lot better job for her than she's doing for herself. I guarantee it. And yeah, I mean, there'd be a lot more objections. They'd try to rein the prosecutor in. I think there's been some hearsay that's come in that I'm sure a defense attorney would have objected. Just because you object doesn't mean the judge is going to agree with you, but it would be. Um, they'd make it much more difficult for the prosecution, I think.
And it makes a record. So
Right.
it may not matter in the long run, but it at least makes a record. Here is another one from Jada Ramirez. What happens if Lori keeps being argumentative and giving sly comments after testimony? She's already been warned about that by the judge.
Again, we can go back to Judge Warner again. We can go back to eventually a contempt citation or something like that. But they got to get this trial done, right? So if she keeps doing that, I imagine at a break, or the judge will take a break, send the jury away, and scold her outside the presence of the jury. The judge always has to be really careful what he does in front of the jury, because you can't prejudice prejudice the defendant. And if he starts to scold her and say, "I told you 100 times you can't do that, you can't do that," in front of a jury, that's a record on appeal that they could say, "Oh, the jury was prejudiced by that." So he's got to be very careful. But he'll do everything he can to stop that.
This is a really good question. I think I know the answer to it, but you're the lawyer here. You're the criminal defense attorney. Alicia Southern asks, all male jury possible or prejudicial on some level of my peers, even optically? Is that possibly prejudicial? I mean, Lori, she did jury selection all by herself.
I mean, you know, the short answer is probably not, because they have a jury selection process and they're vetted, and that's who they ended up with. You know, she could have objected to some of those jurors or tried to strike them, and maybe she did. I didn't see jury selection. But with that said, that's an issue on appeal. If she gets convicted, I have no doubt that if she's smart enough to have an appellate attorney, some appellate attorney is going to look at that and say, "That's an issue. We'll bring that up." I mean, how can she get a fair trial on something like this? So yeah, do I think that ultimately it will be found to be a prejudice and help her? Probably not, but it's certainly an issue.
Mm-hmm. Becky B
Is
asks,
that the
do you
answer
think
you had?
I know. Well, here's my thing. She's the one that did jury selection.
Mhm.
So she could have done a better job at picking jurors if she wanted a more, demographically diverse, or she wanted more women on the jury. I kind of think maybe she thought men on the jury, maybe she could charm them. This is my feeling. I could be wrong about that. But this was up to her. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and sometimes it's the luck of the draw and the numbers, but I do think she thinks she could have charmed. She might be able to charm him. You might be onto something there.
I mean, she could have stricken some of these people, and this is her show. You know, she's running her own show here. Becky B asks, do you think the judge is helping Lori a bit too much?
No, I don't think so. Again, I would not want to, just like I wouldn't want to be advisory counsel. I wouldn't want to be the prosecutor in this case when she's representing herself. I certainly would not want to be the judge. I think he's got a tough spot. I think he probably feels an obligation to help out a little bit, but he's got to hold her to the same standards. I don't think he's sustained one of her objections, maybe one or two. So it kind of makes me chuckle.
He did help her out a little bit and said that some of the testimony with her brother was beyond the scope of redirect, I believe, is what he said, and was going to allow her to recross. But she didn't take him up on it. She opted not to. Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. She decided to drop it. Let's go on to another question. This one is from Becky B. And this was really, Gigi kind of opined on this earlier, that how's the jury taking in the whole zombie dark and preparedness of people questions? Do they look as confused as I am? And she said, there was a little bit of reaction, but obviously this is the first time a lot of these people are hearing this. So, and they chuckled at some of the stuff, I guess, she was saying earlier. So not necessarily the, zombies and people passing away and stuff like that, but other stuff. Lindsay Erb, can somebody tell me if the death penalty was on the table for murdering her children, and is the death penalty on the table when she gets convicted for Charles's murder? If not, then why? Well, this is kind of a complicated question. I mean, it was on the table. She was facing the death penalty, Kurt, in Idaho, and then Judge Boyce struck it because her defense team, I thought this was really interesting when it happened. They said they didn't get some of the discovery in time. So he struck the death penalty, which made the case probably more simple in Idaho.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I'll be honest. I don't think this is a death case. There has to be a death allegation.
Yeah, and
that's a
the
decision.
Arizona case is not. Yeah.
Okay, so that's a decision that's made. It's a first-degree murder and conspiracy case. So it would be eligible if the prosecution alleged that. But generally, the way the county attorney's office works here is they get together, they meet, they go over the case, they decide if they're going to make that allegation. And I suspect the fact that she's not the actual shooter in this case had a lot to do with that decision not to seek death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they are doing conspiracy. She's charged here with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And I think she would have to serve 25 years. It's like life without parole until she serves 25 years or something to that effect. So court, it's interesting here, Kurt. Court will not be in session tomorrow. They're going to be dark on Fridays. But court is in session right now. They resumed just a short time ago. And so that means we are going to wrap things up now for the afternoon. So thank you so much, Kurt Altman, for being with us. We are going to wrap it up so everybody can take a little break. You know what that means, everybody. Go get your snacks, refill your drinks and everything so you can get back here to the live feed and on YouTube to watch Serena Sharp's testimony. We've enjoyed taking your questions as always. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Anjanette Levy here with Law and Crime. We hope you have a great afternoon. Until next time.
All right, we're back on the record. The jury's not present, parties are present. You ready to bring the jury in?
Say it is.
Defense ready?
Sure, Your Honor.
Is your paralegal coming?
My investigator should be here, but I don't know if he's running behind.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jury in. The state can proceed with this one.
Thank you. So we were talking before lunch, and you have told us that you sort of spent 2 weekends getting to know Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes,
That was the November of 2018 visit,
with a lot of other people there, correct? Yeah.
and then the March of 2019 visit.
Yes, the girls' weekend.
And that was a much smaller group of people.
Correct.
And I think you had said that as Lori started expressing some of these beliefs that went against the LDS religion, that you started sort of questioning her about this.
Correct.
After that, did you feel like she started pulling away or limiting her contact with you?
Yes.
You told us that you had moved to Arizona in end of July or August-ish of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see Lori again after you moved to Arizona?
Twice more.
Can you talk to us the first time that you saw her?
The first time I saw her, Zulema organized a girls' lunch to welcome me, she said. And so Lori was there. She came with Alex, her brother, and basically I said hi. And not much more than that. She sat on the other side of the restaurant, opposite of me. So, and not much contact there, but.
Okay. And then what was the other contact you had with her?
I can't remember how it was organized. Perhaps at that lunch, Lori invited the women over to her house to just talk. And she had just lost her husband. And I don't know if I was included by accident or how that happened. I don't remember exactly, but I did go over to her house that night because here's somebody that I knew, and she had just lost her husband, which that's a big deal. And I wanted to find out how she was doing and what was going on.
Did you know anything at that time about the loss of her husband, like what had happened?
I had heard vague things, but I had been across the country, so I didn't know any particulars.
Do you recall who was at the house that night?
Multiple women, but I actually don't remember who was there. I think Melanie Gibb was there, and then a few other ladies, but I actually don't remember who.
And do you recall Was that's still that same time frame of like either the end of July or the beginning of August?
Yes.
Can you describe for us Lori's demeanor at this meeting, this gathering at her house?
I would assume, like in my estimation, it was more like stoic. I didn't see any like mourning or crying.
After that contact with Lori, did you ever see her again?
No.
Did you know that she had moved out of state?
No, not till long after she already had.
Did you know that she had married Chad Daybell?
Nope.
So basically, after paying your condolences, that was sort of the end of your contact friendship with Lori Vallow?
Yes, I think there might have been a few texts after that just to check up on her and see how she was doing. She had just lost her husband again, so, and I think she was trying to figure out how to move forward, and I was concerned. So, but nothing of substance.
Was your interactions with her via text very limited?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Sharp, did you take an oath when you came into this courtroom today?
Yes, I did.
Did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did.
Did you swear to tell the truth?
Yes, I did.
The whole truth?
Yes.
Nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So help you who?
God.
So can we agree that this court acknowledges that your testimony here today will be accountable to God?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
Your Honor, they brought up the religion.
Ask for a response. It's sustained. Ask the next question.
Do you believe that your testimony here will be accountable to God?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Sharp, how many times did we meet in person?
4.
How many one-on-one conversations during those meetings do you think that we actually had? Just you and me. Nobody else around. Just you and me.
Maybe 2.
2 conversations in our whole lives?
Maybe
just
3.
me and you.
You said during those meetings.
During the 4 times that we saw each other in person, how many times did you and I have a one-on-one conversation where other people were not in the conversation? Just me and you.
I can remember 3.
Okay. And how many times did we communicate on the phone?
Do you want me to estimate? I don't remember how many times.
Sure, just an estimate.
I'm not sure how to estimate that. Multiple times?
Like more than 10 or less than 10?
Probably more than 10.
More than 20?
I don't remember.
Okay. And text messages, the same. How many times do you think that we conversed via text?
I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer that again.
Okay, so
multiple times.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that some of the things that you remember are from other people and not actually from me to you directly?
Perhaps.
Okay. So in the instance when you said that I mentioned to you something about zombies, I would like to know what I said to you exactly verbatim about zombies.
Well, that was, I remember we talked about zombies in 2019 for the girls' weekend. You had mentioned zombies.
I mentioned zombies at that weekend out of my mouth, and not someone else, but me.
Object to argumentative.
Overruled, you can ask, why don't you rephrase that question?
Okay. So you're saying, under oath, that I said the word zombies at that meeting, or I'll go with that.
To the best of my recollection, it was that weekend during the girls' weekend, 2019.
And
again, that was 6 years ago, so like verbatim, I don't remember verbatim, but I think it was that weekend.
So it could have been that someone else was talking to you about zombies, but I was actually there also. Is that correct?
I'm going to object that the witness has answered that question and said it was her.
Overruled, she can answer.
Would you mind restating, please?
Is it possible that someone else said the word zombie and not me at that meeting when we were all there with the girls?
It's possible, but I don't think it was. I think
Okay, then what did I say exactly about zombies? I want to know the sentence I said to you about zombies.
Hold on.
Again,
Ask questions, okay?
I
Don't make
object to
statements.
asked and answered.
So rephrase your question.
What sentence did I say to you with the word zombie in it?
And I'm going to object to asked and answered.
Technically, it has been asked and answered, but go ahead and answer.
Again, I don't remember verbatim. That was, 6 years ago?
So it could be possible that it really never came out of my mouth. Is that true?
Okay, I'm going to object again to asked and answered now a third time.
Sustained.
Ms. Sharp, who are the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
The three Nephites? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In 3 Nephi 28, the three Nephites, do you know who they are?
Off the top of my head, no.
You do not know who they are?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay. In the Bible, do you know of John the Revelator?
Yes.
Do you know of John the Revelator being translated?
I don't remember that, but...
You don't remember that? What about in the Old Testament, Elijah? Was he translated?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
What's the relevance?
I've been accused of being out of the scope of the LDS religion when this is exactly in the scope of the LDS religion.
All right, I guess to the extent you're comparing yourself to these biblical figures, I'll allow it.
Was Elijah translated? Yes, I believe so.
Okay. But you don't know that John the Revelator was translated as well?
I can't remember.
And then the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon, they're translated as well?
No, there were three. You asked me their names. I don't remember their names.
I wasn't asking their names. I said, do you know who they are? As in, are you aware of them? I'm sorry. I'll be more specific. Are you aware of the three Nephites in the Book of Mormon?
Yes.
That they were translated?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that that isn't uncommon in the Christian belief system, to believe in people being translated?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that question for all of Christianity.
Okay. Are you a Christian that believes in the Bible?
Yes.
Object, Your Honor, to relevance.
I'll allow it briefly, but hurry up and make your point.
Yes, I believe in the Bible. Of course.
And Elijah in the Bible is translated, right?
Yes.
And you believe in that, right?
Yes.
And you're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that correct?
Correct.
So that would not be out of the scope of what you believe. That's all I'm asking.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you. So when we were having this girls' weekend, what else did we do besides one prayer?
I remember going out to lunch, and we went to the temple, and we did service projects.
So we had a typical fun girls' weekend.
Yes.
With 5 minutes of a prayer.
I don't remember how long that prayer was.
But basically, out of the 72 hours that we got together, 5 minutes of it we spent actually praying.
Again, I don't remember how long the prayer was, but that was not, from my perspective, the focus or majority of our time spent.
Okay. How long would you say that prayer was? 10 minutes? Longer?
I don't recall.
Okay. But a tiny portion of our whole fun weekend, right?
It was a small portion, yes.
Okay. How many communications have you had over the past 5 years with Christina Atwood?
Many.
Like how many?
Again, I'm not sure how to estimate that.
Daily, weekly, monthly?
Weekly for sure, sometimes daily.
Okay. So would you say over the past 5 years that your relationship has grown with Christina?
Yes.
And are you related now?
To Christina?
Uh-huh.
No, we're not related.
Oh, as in-laws?
No.
Okay. I wondered. I didn't know.
No.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to ask that the defendant be told not to comment about the questions and testify.
Yes, the jury should disregard that comment after the answer.
Are you still in contact with Zulema Pastenes?
No, I haven't had contact with her in a while.
Are you in contact with Kay Woodcock?
Who? I'm sorry?
Kay Woodcock?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Are you still in contact with Nicole Earl?
Yes.
How often?
Often. Again.
Weekly or daily?
Weekly, sometimes daily.
Okay. What about Melanie Gibb? Are you still in contact with her?
No. I run into her occasionally, but...
You said also in your testimony earlier that I said that I believe I don't need to repent and you are shocked. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did I say to you exactly?
Again, I don't remember verbatim. That was over 6 years ago, but something to the effect of you didn't need to repent. Again, I don't know exactly, but... or we didn't need to repent, whatever it was, but yes, that's what I remember.
What was the context of that conversation? Like, how would that come up? I'm like, how would that come up?
I don't remember what we were talking about or how that subject was brought to the forefront, but I definitely remember that comment.
You remember that coming out of my mouth to you specifically, not from someone else, but from me to you directly.
Yes, and it was, I think, in front of all of us, but I'm not very clear on that. I think it was to all of us from you.
So was I teaching a class that you attended and said something in that regard?
No.
Why would I be the one speaking?
Sometimes we take turns when we speak.
Speculation as to why the defendant would be speaking?
I'll let the answer stand. She answered.
You said something about being uncomfortable on that weekend. Is that correct? With some of the topics?
Yes.
Why didn't you just leave if you were so uncomfortable?
I was uncomfortable with some of the topics, but I was still there with friends, and I had flown across the country, so it was not easy to leave, and I didn't feel like I needed to leave at that point.
But you're a grown woman, right? You have your own mind and ideas.
Yes, of course.
So would it be fair to say that you didn't disagree so much at the time, but now looking back on it, you disagree?
I don't think that's a fair comment. No.
And would it also be fair to say that we had a good time that weekend?
Yes, we did have a good time.
And that now you've changed your mind a little bit?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. Change my mind about what?
About what made you uncomfortable?
No, I didn't change my mind.
You had mentioned something about you were interviewed by the police a couple of times. Is that correct?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
Who were you interviewed by?
The first time a detective came to my home, his name was Nate Moffat, I think.
Okay. When was that about, approximately?
I want to say spring 2020.
Okay. How long was that interview?
I don't remember.
Like an hour or less, or?
And Your Honor, the witness has already answered the question. She doesn't remember.
Can you estimate how long that interview was?
Well, from my memory, I don't remember it well. I thought it was only a few minutes, but
Okay.
I think it was longer than that, perhaps.
longer than a few minutes?
Yes.
What about your second interview? Who was that with?
That was with 2 detectives from Idaho
And where did that take place?
in the Chandler Police Station.
And how long was that interview?
That one I remember being longer, for sure, over an hour, perhaps an hour and a half.
And what did you exactly have to contribute to the police for an hour and a half with someone that you have only met 3 times in person in your life?
Objection, speculation, relevance.
Sustained.
What were they interested in you telling them?
And I'm going to object to speculation, relevance.
Sustained.
What did you tell them about me in those interviews?
Objection, overbroad.
Oh,
Foundation.
also calls for hearsay.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Do you feel like you have something to offer here today in relation to the crime that I'm charged with?
Objection, relevance. Goes to the final opinion.
Ms. Sharp, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with my brother or anyone else to murder my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, I did not.
Thank you. No more questions.
Redirect.
You were asked a lot about taking an oath. Do you take that seriously?
Yes, I do.
Is everything that you told the jury here today the truth to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my memory and knowledge, yes.
So when you don't remember something, you've been asked to try to guess. You don't remember how long something is, but you're not making up things in here.
I'm trying not to. I'm trying to go for my best memory.
It's been 6 years since you attended these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember the number of phone calls that you and Lori had 6 years ago?
No, not at all.
You didn't keep tally marks of them through your days, put them on your nightstand so you could remember it later?
No.
How about the text messages? You tally those up for you so later on you'd be able to remember that you had 50 of them or 100 or whatever it was?
No, definitely not.
Are there things that stand out in your memory that you recall very well?
Yes, there are.
Is one of those the fact that Lori Vallow told you that you didn't need to repent or that she didn't need to repent?
Yes.
Was another one of them her telling you that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit that she named Ned?
Yes, definitely remember that clearly.
You were asked about whether being translated was something unusual to you. When you are reading the Book of Mormon or the Bible, are there biblical figures within those books who are translated beings?
Yes.
Was it not something that you had heard people tell you that they were?
Correct.
And
I'd never heard that before.
So you read about it?
Yes.
By prophets and people like that?
Yes.
You were also asked about that girls' weekend, and I believe that the defendant said that you did a prayer. Did you have more than one prayer over the weekend? Did you guys pray together?
I can't remember specifically, but I assume we prayed over the food and we prayed, there was probably multiple prayers, my guess.
Is that different than when you guys met to cast out the evil spirit of Ned inside of Charles Vallow?
Yes, it felt different.
So you wouldn't equate a prayer as identical to doing a cast out?
Correct. There are different kinds of prayers.
You were asked about why you stayed there that weekend. As someone who was a grown woman and strong in your faith, did you in fact question Lori when she talked about not needing to repent?
I don't remember how I responded. I definitely pondered that for a while. I remember talking to others. I can't remember if I spoke specifically with Lori about that at that time.
You were, even though that was something you knew not to be within your faith, you didn't just pack up and run away?
No.
Are there other women there that you were also friends with?
Yes.
People who you're still friends with?
Yes.
These women that you are still friends with, is anything about your relationship with them changed the fact that you remember Lori saying she didn't want to repent?
I don't think so.
Like you didn't say, hey, Christina, I feel like just making up something to say against Lori. What do you think we should talk about?
No.
You didn't sidle up to Nicole and say, Nicole, let's make up a story about Charles being possessed by Ned. What do you think?
No.
Those are just your memories.
Those are my memories.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from any member of the jury? If so, please pass those questions forward. I'm not seeing any. All right, you can step down, ma'am.
Thank you.
Stake in context.
Thank you.
Come right up here and be sworn in. Just stand here.
Can you spell your name for the record?
I do. My name is William McDonald, W-I-L-L-I-A-M, McDonald, M-C-D-O-N-A-L-D.
Thank you. You do solemnly swear that
Order here and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is William McDonald. I am a retired police officer with the City of Chandler.
What are you currently doing?
I am currently teaching criminal justice at Williams Field High School in Gilbert, Arizona.
So you told us you previously worked for the Chandler Police Department. How long were you with them?
I was with the Chandler Police Department for approximately 22 years. I'm sorry, 26 years.
Oh, that's a big difference. When did you retire?
I retired in November of 2022.
Okay. Can you tell us what your different jobs were at the Chandler Police Department?
As with all officers with the Chandler Police Department, I started off in patrol. I worked a patrol position for about 18 months, after which I switched over to more of a community services team. I spent 2 years with that team, after which I transferred to detectives and spent the remainder of my career in detectives, working primarily internet crimes against children and digital forensics.
Can you talk to us about specifically your training and education relating to extractions of cell phones?
When it comes to cell phones, I have extensive training in the use of the software that we use to extract that data. I am certified in the use of the Celebrite suite, which is one of the primary tools that we would use to extract data and organize data extracted from the cell phones. I was also trained, although they did not have a certification process, in several other platforms used with cell phones.
Did you ever go to any type of digital evidence examiner courses?
Absolutely. Beginning in 2001, when I began working digital forensics, I attended numerous courses on digital forensics, hundreds of hours worth of training, and I hold several certifications in digital forensics related to computers and, as previously discussed, cell phones.
So by 2019, what were your duties at that time at the Chandler Police Department?
By 2019, my primary duties were to conduct digital forensics examinations on computers and cell phones. I was also responsible for training new members to the computer crimes unit, in addition to assisting with internet crimes against children investigations.
In your role, were you regularly asked then to examine cell phones and try to extract data from them?
Yes, I was.
Can you talk us through, if you are handed a cell phone, what do you do?
Once we received the cell phone, and we would usually be given additional information at the time, usually from the case agent or the investigating detective, such as if there was a search warrant involved or anything like that, we would review the search warrant, make sure we had legal authority to do whatever it was they were asking us to do. We would then obtain the cell phone or whatever item we wanted to examine. My process was to start by taking pictures of the phone or the device prior to removing it from any evidence packaging. Once those pictures were taken, I would remove the cell phone from the packaging, take additional pictures to document condition of the device. Once the pictures were taken, I would attempt to power on the device to make sure that it had been placed in airplane mode, which would prevent any additional changes being made or outside people being able to access the device to make changes while it was in our possession. If it was in airplane mode, I would then attach it to whatever piece of software or hardware we were going to use to copy or extract the information from the phone. Once that process completed, which you would usually create just a single file, which for most of us would be meaningless, it was just a container file. And by a container file, I mean a file similar to, if you think like a box. The container file is the box. Initially, that box is empty, and we can put additional files inside of it. These container files would then be entered into, usually we would use the Celebrite software, as we did in this case. And that software would kind of go through the box and put everything in an organized manner, a manner in which people could read it and make sense of what that information was. We would then create a report, which we would provide to the case agents, and that would pretty much conclude our involvement. We would finalize everything by taking everything that we created, all of our files, all of our reports, notes, pictures, everything, and we would store them on an archive server at the Chandler Police Department.
All right. Going to go through a couple different words you said and have you explain them for us, all right?
Certainly.
So starting with first, extraction. What does that mean?
Simply put, extraction means we're copying the information on the phone to another device, say a thumb drive or another hard drive or something that we have prepared forensically, which means it contains no data.
So when we're talking about extraction from, say, a phone, you're talking about you're copying contact lists and text messages and photos and emails or search histories, anything that we have on our cell phone?
Correct.
Okay. Can extraction of a cell phone include GPS or locating data?
It can.
When you have extracted this, you talked about it not being in a format that people can understand. Can you talk to us just a little bit more about that?
So essentially these single files, when we have copied or extracted the information from the cell phone, it creates this single container file where all of the information is in there. That information is in the form of database files, other proprietary type files that without appropriate software or specific software to actually be able to read that information, it would be extremely difficult to piece it back together manually.
And so that's what you said, the Cellbrite software helps to put that in a way that we can read it?
That is correct.
So when you use the Cellbrite system, does that put the data together, like all of the text messages are now together and all of the emails are now together,
Yes, ma'am.
rather than just being jumbled everywhere, basically?
Correct. It will put text lines together. It will extract date and time information. As you mentioned previously, it can extract GPS and location information. It will extract pictures, and it puts all of those together so that like items are together.
Are you responsible for reviewing or analyzing whatever it is that you extract?
No.
Are you solely responsible for trying to extract the data from a phone, ensuring that that process goes correctly and that it is then parsed into data that lay people can read?
Yes, ma'am. When we extract the data from phones or computers or whatever digital medium we're working with, we follow forensically sound procedures to ensure that that data is not changed at any point along the process.
And so you said you also keep the original data file that you extract in a server so that if anyone wants to look at that, they can do that again?
Correct.
And then the phone itself, does it alter the phone in any way when you do this process? Is it blank after that?
Our process should not change any of the information on the phone. However, with cell phones, because they do need to be on during this process, some system files can change.
Okay, so it could add more data to it potentially?
Potentially, yes.
All right, so on July 16th of 2019, did you receive a request from a detective in Clan to examine an Apple iPhone that was impounded as item CH131035? And if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 245.
Thank you. Yes, this is consistent with the item I received.
Were you provided with a PIN to access that phone?
We were.
Okay, and what was the PIN you were provided to access that phone?
The PIN was 0000.
All right, pretty easy to remember. And if you can bring that back. What day did you begin the extraction process?
I believe, if I recall correctly, it was July 17th.
So the next day.
Yes, ma'am.
You told us that you first get the phone and you are both documenting it and sort of noting it. I'm going to show you, and if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibits 180 through 185 that have been shown to defense counsel. Are you familiar with those photographs?
Yes, these are consistent with the types of photographs that I would take.
And those related to this review of this cell phone 245.
Yes.
State will move to admit 180 through 185.
Any objection?
No objection.
180 through 185 are admitted.
And if I can have the Elmo, thank you. Why do you take photos of the phone as you're processing it?
Primarily, we take photos of the phone to document condition. I will also take photographs of the item while it is still in the evidence packaging to document how it was packaged and if there are any evidence seals, what the condition of those seals are.
All right. So in this, when we talked about a item number, is that what we were talking about, the CH131035?
Correct.
Okay. That's Exhibit 180. And 181, what are we seeing here?
That is a photograph of the front screen of what appears to be an iPhone X, I believe, or XS Max.
So
I'm sorry.
you get this phone, and I put 182. It's turned off initially when you get it.
In this case, this particular phone was powered on when I received it.
Okay, but the screen was blank, but still it was powered on.
Correct.
Was it in airplane mode, and why does that matter?
Yes, it was in airplane mode, and you can see that from looking at the upper right-hand corner of the phone screen, where it's got the little airplane icon. And this is important because while a phone is in airplane mode, it will prevent outside sources from connecting in and prevent the phone from connecting to the cellular network or to any wireless networks, which will help secure the data that's on the phone to prevent any changes or from anybody from the outside accessing the device.
Okay. Do you check when you get a phone like this to see if there's a SIM card in there?
I do.
What is a SIM card?
A SIM card is a subscriber, it's short for subscriber identity module, and it's basically a little card that's inside the phone that holds certain subscriber information. It can hold contact lists. It can actually hold a great deal of miscellaneous information. We always check for the SIM card as a means to make sure that this phone is actually able to connect to a cellular network.
Did you see one here?
I did.
And then do you also check to see if there's enough battery power?
Absolutely.
What do you do if there's not?
If we receive a phone that is either powered, has low power, or is actually the battery is completely dead, we will connect it to a power source to recharge the battery. The processes that we do required the phone to be able to be powered on, so we needed a charged battery.
All right, so in 183, you are able to get to where you would normally put in a passcode. Do you sometimes not have passcodes?
Absolutely.
Is it easier when you do?
Much easier.
So did you try the 000 here?
We did.
0, I think I left one out. Were you able to get into the phone?
We were.
184, why do you take a photo of that?
We're just documenting what is visible on the screens, what icons, what applications are installed on the phone.
So you're seeing that there have been phone calls that have been missed and mail that's
correct
going on. And then 185, what is the relevance of this? What does this tell us?
That is simply information on the phone itself. What you are looking at, if it were able to connect to a network, you would see the network information there. This is obviously a phone that was associated with the Verizon cellular network. The IMEI and the ICCID and MEID are identifiers for the cellular networks. The network, the carrier, and all of that information is just to help identify the device.
Okay. And so that is able to be confirmed when you look at the phone itself, 245?
Correct.
Okay. So in this case, after you got this powered up, what'd you do and took those photographs, documenting what you're doing, what'd you do?
Once we had taken the photographs, we'd ensured everything, the phone was in airplane mode. In this particular case, I used a device called a gray key device. I attached the phone to this gray key device and configured it to conduct what is called a full file system extraction of the iPhone. A full file system extraction is pretty much the best copy that we can make. It copies all the data off the phone, including anything in deleted space, any user files, any system files. It pretty much copies everything that's on the phone for us to examine later.
Okay. Now, does technology continue to improve in our world?
All the time.
So you did this in 2019, right?
Correct.
So whatever the newer technology is not the same as what it may have been back then.
That would be fair to say, yes.
In terms of technology, have you seen changes in Gray Key and Celebrite over the years that you were using it?
I did.
And as each new version came out, did that ever cause you to find that data was wrongly recovered, or just that there was more data recovered?
In my experience, I never observed that changes in the software, updates to the software, would result in previously found data being changed or omitted or deleted or anything like that. What we would find is it would change the format and how that information was presented. On occasion, as things really did change and bigger versions came out, sometimes it would have the capability to acquire additional information that maybe it could not acquire prior.
So maybe it was better at finding deleted items or parsing things together.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall about how long that process took to use the gray key to extract that full file system?
As I recall, it was approximately 1 hour.
So after you use the gray key, is that where sort of everything's jumbled in a box?
Correct. That's the gray key created that single container file with everything from the phone inside of it.
So did you use something else at that point to allow detectives and other people to be able to access and look for specific things?
I did. Once we have that single container file, I took that file and I opened it up in a program called Celebrate Physical Analyzer. That physical analyzer software is what went through that container file and put everything in a more readable format for detectives or whoever else needed to view the contents of the phone.
So that then allowed detectives or others to go into this new report that allowed you to look at a section that had just photos or a section that just had emails.
Correct.
After you used that Celebrite to parse out all that data into these different sections, did you conduct any research on that phone? Or
I did not.
did you look through any of that Celebrite report?
I did not.
Did you analyze or review any of the data?
I did not.
Did you provide the detectives who then had been working on the case with that to review themselves?
What we would do, since the Celebrite Physical Analyzer software was very expensive and actually required a key in order to use, the Celebrite software allowed us to create what we referred to as a reader file, which is a file that they can open in a program called Celebrite Reader, heavily enough, and that would allow them to review the data in a free software platform.
So as long as you had the reader, you could then go through all the data that the Celebrite had parsed into these readable formats or
Correct.
sections.
Anything that was included in when I imported the file or uploaded the file into the physical analyzer software, any information that was in the physical analyzer software was copied and included in the reader file.
Did that end your involvement with Exhibit 245, that phone?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Did that end your involvement with Exhibit 245, that iPhone?
Aside from making sure that any files that we created, any pictures that were taken were securely stored, it did.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions.
Cross?
Questions, Your Honor?
I'm sorry, did you say no questions?
No questions.
All right. Any questions from any member of the jury? I see at least one. Okay. The question is, if someone were to delete their browser history, can you still pull the history?
On occasion. Browser history and any internet data like that, especially on cell phones, over time, if it's been deleted, it can be overwritten. However, if it is more recent, and sometimes by recent, we are actually talking within the last year or so, that information, regardless of it being deleted, can be recovered by the software.
Follow-up from the defense based on that question?
No.
State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
Thank you. State calls Marissa Francisco.
All right, ma'am, you're going to come right up, stand right in front of the wall here, right here.
Please spell your name for the record.
Yes, Marissa Francisco, M-A-R-R-I-S-A, last name F-R-A-N-C-I-S-C.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
All right, you're going to walk around the court reporter. Have a seat just to my left here.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Marissa Francisco, and I am a forensic scientist with the City of Chandler in the Forensic Services section.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked there since August of 2018. Previous to that, I was employed at the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and I started there in 2004.
So let's kind of go back. What did you do at the Department of Public Safety, DPS?
I started my career in the blood alcohol unit, so my duty there was to test blood for the presence of alcohol. I was in that unit for about 7 years. After that, I transferred to the trace evidence unit, where I was trained to do hair comparisons and fiber comparisons. After that, about 2016, 2017, I started training in the latent print unit. In August 2018, I completed my training at the City of Chandler and have been doing latent print analysis primarily at the City of Chandler.
Can you tell us the training and your education to be a latent print analyst?
Yes. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from the University of California at Los Angeles and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of Illinois at Chicago. As part of my training for latent prints, it was an extensive 1.5 year long program where there was readings, lectures, comparison exercises, oral boards, and a competency test. I also have to conduct and complete a proficiency test on latent print comparisons on an annual basis. I am also a certified latent print examiner. In order to obtain the certification, I had to complete over 160 hours of certified training and pass a comprehensive exam.
Thank you. I'm going to start sort of really general. Can you tell us what latent prints are?
Yes. Latent, by definition, is something that is present but not visible. So a latent print is an impression of friction-ridge detail that is not readily visible. Some processing techniques that can be chemical or physical are needed to help visualize those latent prints.
So we talk about latent prints, we're thinking of people's fingers. Where do we find latent prints on people?
Yes, let me start with defining what friction-ridge skin is. Friction-ridge skin are raised ridges on the palms of our hands and the soles of our feet. They are specialized and only located in those two areas. We often have oils and sweat and other residues on our hands, and when we touch an item, we can leave an impression of our friction-ridge detail on that item.
And is that what most of us call latent prints, or I left a print behind?
Yes, fingerprints.
You started to talk about oils and things. Do people always leave behind a print if they touch an object?
It actually depends on a lot of different things. First off, the amount of oils and residues on our hands will determine whether an impression is left. Also, the deposition pressure, meaning are we gently tapping on something or are we like really pushing down on it, that will affect whether an impression is left and the quality of that print. The item itself is very important. Is it something that is receptive to prints? Items that are smooth, like glass, I am more likely to find a print on an item like that versus something that is textured and rough, like a cinder block. I would not expect to find a latent print on a cinder block. The condition of the item is also important. How many people may have come in contact with that item. All these different things affect whether an impression is left and the quality of that impression. We can very simply think of a stamp, our fingers being the stamps, the oils being the ink, and depending on how the stamp is placed on different items will determine how that impression looks.
Can environment also impact the quality of or whether or not a print remains?
Yes, the environment is also important. After a print is left, is it left out to the conditions of rain or does it get wet? Is there a dust storm? Is it in an area that it has high traffic? Like if a fingerprint is left on a door to a convenience store and 100 people go through there that day, impressions are left, but if I lift those prints, I might not be able to identify them because there are so many prints on top of each other.
And so that goes to the next thing. So are prints something that once you make it, it's permanent and there forever?
It is there until it is disturbed, so it can be there forever.
Can we wipe them away?
Yes.
Can they be smudged away?
They can, yes.
So can someone rubbing an object, like a smooth object, get rid of that?
Yes.
Are there different ways or different processes that you use to obtain latent prints or friction-ridge detail off of an object?
Yes, there are. First off, I want to define what a non-porous item is. A non-porous item is an item where water or air cannot pass through it. So when I first receive an item, I determine whether it is porous or non-porous because depending on that, I will use different processing techniques.
So for a non-porous item, what processes do you use to try to find friction-rich detail?
Yes. On non-porous items, the main processing technique that I use is called cyanoacrylate fuming, more commonly known as superglue fuming. So items are exposed to superglue fumes, and the fumes react to any oils and sweat in the latent print, creating a white visible print that is not readily destroyed.
So you've looked at the non-porous item. You don't see any prints on. Do you look visually first?
Yes, sorry. The very first thing we do is I look at the request sheet and see what items are needing to be tested in that case. And also I look to see what the requesting officer wants done with the case. Sometimes they are requesting that the item be swabbed for DNA. If an item is requested to be swabbed for DNA, I have to use clean techniques to help reduce and limit contamination. So clean techniques are when I bleach down all surfaces with bleach, I lay down a clean butcher paper, I use sterile equipment. I'm only analyzing and working with one item at a time, and I'm changing gloves between items to help prevent contamination. So if a request sheet requests DNA evidence, I will have to use clean techniques before I swab the item for DNA. After that, I will do a visual examination of the item. Before any processing techniques are conducted, I will take a flashlight and look at the item to see if I can see any latent prints with a flashlight. If I can see a visible print at this point, depending on the quality of that print, I will take a picture or lift that latent before I move on to any processes. So after each processing technique, I will have to document what I find with either photography, scanning on a scanner, or lifting with powder.
So you talked about photographing these latent prints. How do you do that? Like how do you take a photograph of that to ensure it's the right size or shape or whatever, so you can later use it for a comparison?
Yes, I have training and experience in taking photographs. So in the photograph, I have to have a scale in it. So I have a scale with the case number, and I am just trained to properly use the lighting I need, adjust the lighting, focus it correctly, have it level with the lens of the camera, and I take a picture and document where on the item the photograph was taken.
Okay. So how do you just told us you document where on the item the picture was taken. How do you do that so that you can later go back and say it's in the middle of a mirror or whatever it might be?
Yes, I try to be as clear and concise as possible, because like I said, I have to take a picture after every single step. So I have to take a picture if there is any latent print of the visible step, and then if I go on to doing the super glue fuming, I have to take a picture of that same latent. If I go on to another process called dye staining, which we apply a fluorescent dye to even better visualize the image, I have to take that same latent again. So it helps me out to be able to go to find that latent. So I try to be specific on where that latent was found.
Do you, when you are processing a non-porous item and you find what I'll call a partial print or something that looks like friction ridge detail, do you collect it, or do you say right then and there, I don't think that would be useful?
Yes. So when I am examining an item, at that stage, my conclusions are either no latents observed, meaning I didn't see any friction ridge detail at all, no value latents, meaning I did see some friction ridge detail, but I don't believe that I can do anything or compare them at a later point, or latents for analysis. So if I find sufficient, clear, latent print detail, I will take a picture of it If I'm not sure, I go ahead and take a picture of it, because at this point, I am not really determining whether the print is identifiable. I am just saying that I'm taking this picture and I want to do further analysis on it at a later point.
So then for the analysis, are you then, after you process an item and you recover any latent prints that may be useful or which are you later asked to ever compare those recovered prints to known prints?
Yes.
What do we mean by a known print?
Yes. So a known print is known fingerprints that are collected from an individual. They're typically recorded electronically or with ink. So in my comparisons, I am always comparing a latent impression that was recovered or developed versus a exemplar, and I'm trying to determine whether or not the latent could have originated from that exemplar, or whether or not those two impressions could have been made by the same individual.
Can you tell us briefly, when you are looking at this recovered latent print and comparing it to a known, what are you looking for to be able to make an identification?
I will explain what methodology we use for latent print comparisons. It is called ACE-V, which stands for Analysis, Comparison, Evaluation, and Verification. So in the analysis phase, I'm taking an assessment of the latent and the exemplar and determining whether or not they are suitable for comparison. If I determine they are suitable for comparison, I move on to the comparison phase. This is when I'm observing two impressions and I'm looking for the existence of similarities, differences, or discrepancies. Next is the evaluation phase. At this point, I am rendering a conclusion based on my analysis and comparison. The three different conclusions that can be reached are identification, exclusion, and inconclusive. So identification is the determination that the two impressions originated from the same person. Exclusion is the determination that the two impressions, the latent and the known, were not created by the same individual, or they do not have the same source. Lastly, I have a conclusion of inconclusive, and this is where I can neither identify nor exclude the individual from having made the print. So going back to analysis, during the analysis phase, I am looking at a lot of different things. First off, I'm trying to determine, is the print from a finger or is it from part of the palm? And also I'm determining the orientation of the print. If it's from the palm, I can also, depending on the ridge flow in the latent print, I can determine what area of the palm it came from. I'm looking at the shape of the impression. Like sometimes you have like a C-shaped impression, and that's this part of the palm. So this is called the writer's palm, and that's where I would look first when I'm doing a comparison. So besides that, I am looking at level 1, level 2, and level 3 detail. Level 1 detail is the actual flow or pattern of the ridges. Our fingers have 3 main patterns, which are loops, whorls, and arches. Next, I'm looking at second level detail. I'm looking at the ridge characteristics. So I'm looking at where the ridges end, which we call ridge endings. I'm examining where ridges split into 2 ridges, which are called bifurcations. And I'm marking any dots, which are very short ridges. So I'm examining the latent and I'm marking up all these second level details so that I can later compare to the exemplar. I'm also noting if there's any scars present in the latent. I'm noting if there's some creases or if there are issues with the deposition pressure, or if there seems to be some movement in the latent, I'm documenting all of that stuff in the analysis phase of my analysis.
We'll take 249.
Let me
Leave that with her.
Okay.
Yep. You recognize Exhibit 249 as an item that you were provided and asked to process to see if you could recover any latent prints or friction ridge detail.
Sorry.
I know, it's a little awkward.
Yes, I do recognize this item.
And were you provided with that Exhibit 249, that bat, and asked to try to recover any latent prints from that bat?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell us, in this Exhibit 249, what did you do to attempt to recover any, and did you recover any latent prints?
Yes. On the request, it was also requested that I process the item with clean techniques, because it was also requested that I swab the item for DNA. So I already went through that process and explained that. So I used clean techniques to process this item. And the very first thing I did when I opened up the packaging was I swabbed the textured grip for potential DNA. The reason I swabbed the grip first is because of the texture on that grip, I would not expect to find latent prints on the grip. So I didn't feel that I was potentially ruining any prints, because I don't feel that there would be fingerprints on that textured grip. So that was the very first thing I did. And then I did a visual examination of the bat with a flashlight to see if there were any visible prints at that point. And I don't believe there were, but I would have to check my notes.
But looking at your notes, help refresh your recollection as to whether or not you did find anything there.
Yes.
Do you have your notes up with you?
Yes.
If you want to take a look at those, and then let us know when you're done if that has refreshed your recollection. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes. So at the visible stage, my conclusion was that there were no latents observed at the visual stage.
I'm going to put Exhibit 35 up here just so that we can all kind of see what we're talking about. So the gripped part here is what you were talking about, that you swabbed because you did not believe that prints would be recoverable on that texture that was on the bat?
Correct.
Okay. So then you visually look, you don't observe any latent prints or friction ridge detail?
Correct.
What did you do next?
I then used a processing technique of superglue fuming.
And when you used that process, did you locate or recover any latent prints or friction ridge detail?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how many and where?
Yes. I recovered 2 impressions that I took pictures of, and I would have to look at my notes to refresh where they were collected from.
If looking at your notes would help refresh as to where you located those, please do so, and then let us know when you've been refreshed.
I'm ready.
Where did you locate those two?
The first one was recovered in the W of the Rawlings that was above the diameter. I think Rawlings is also on the other side. So that's why I stated that it was the one that was right above where the diameter is. Okay. And the second one was recovered in between the G and the diameter.
Yeah. Now, you told us that what you are recovering isn't always look like a finger, right? When you were recovering these latent prints, were you able to tell by just recovering them if it was a finger or, like you told us, a palm? When you looked at it, were you able to immediately identify where they came from?
They appear to be fingerprints.
Was there anything about the shape or, I guess, the shape of them that made you think that they were fingerprints?
The first image, it was just the shape of the impression just indicated to me that it was a fingerprint. The size of it indicated to me that it was a fingerprint.
Was the other one, the second print, slightly, I guess, not as clear on whether or not it was a fingerprint or potentially from some other area?
Correct.
Okay. Were you asked to then compare those two? Well, let me ask you, when you obtained these two, you told us there were 3 different levels. Obviously, you collected something. Did you believe these were able to make identifications, or what did you determine about the clarity, the detail of those 2 recovered prints?
For both impressions, in my analysis, I determined that both impressions were NVID, which stands for no value for identification. This means that the latents lack sufficient clarity, quantity, and or uniqueness to identify, but may be suitable for exclusion. So the impressions were possibly excludable, but I would not be able to identify who made those impressions.
So were you initially asked to try to identify them to 3 individuals?
Yes, I was first asked to compare the 2 impressions to 3 individuals.
And who were those 3 individuals?
Could I look at my notes, please?
Yes, if that would help refresh your recollection.
Yes, I was initially asked to compare the 3 impressions to a Charles Vallow, a Lori Vallow, and an Alexander Cox.
So you told us, though, they were of no value for identification. So did that sort of end that request?
Yes, so when there is only prints that are determined to be no value for identification, we routinely do not compare those prints, but we say, if you still want us to compare it to anyone, please let us know. But initially, we are not going to try to compare NVID prints to any individual because they cannot be identified.
So did you then, were you then requested to see if you could make any exclusions?
I was then requested to compare the 2 impressions to Charles Vallow to see if I can determine whether the 2 impressions did not originate from Charles Vallow.
Starting with the first impression that you found above the W, but the other side of the bat from what we see in 35 here, where there's a diameter marking. Were you able to reach any conclusions in looking at the prints from Charles Vallow and that recovered print?
Again, I went through the ACE-V process, and during the comparison phase and evaluation phase, I determined that the latents were the latent, the first latent, was inconclusive to Charles Vallow, meaning that I could neither identify nor exclude him from having made the impression.
So does that just mean there's just not enough in that print to do anything with?
Correct. So there is not, it lacks sufficient agreement in the detail to identify, and it lacks sufficient disagreement in the impressions to exclude.
And is that common when you have a latent print that just doesn't seem to have the level of detail just necessary for that?
Yes, that is a common conclusion.
So you're not saying it's Charles, you're not saying it's not Charles, you just can't do anything with it?
I could neither identify or exclude Charles Vallow.
So for the second print, did you also attempt to compare that to latent prints from Charles Vallow?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to reach any conclusions as to that?
Yes, my conclusion was that the latent was inconclusive to Charles Vallow due to lack of detail in the latent and exemplar.
Were you ever asked to try to exclude Alex Cox as having made those latent prints?
No. After I initially did not compare the latents to the 3 individuals on the named comparison, I was only asked to compare the 2 impressions to Charles Vallow.
So you also weren't asked to try to exclude or secondary compare to a Lori Vallow?
No, I was not.
And were you ever asked to compare to a Tylee Ryan?
No, I was not.
Did that sort of end your processing and comparisons of this fact?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
Cross.
I have one question.
You said earlier that the DNA that you collected, was that ever tested?
I don't know.
Is it sent somewhere else?
Correct. So the city of Chandler does not have the capability to test for DNA. Anytime we swab for DNA, we send it to the state lab for analysis.
So you swabbed it and sent it to the lab, and that was the last you heard of it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any, so you can step down, ma'am. I think this is a good time to take our afternoon recess. We'll be at recess for 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the juries.
All right, please be seated. We're on the record. The jury is present. State call its next witness. All right, ma'am.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go and have a seat to my left.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kay Woodcock. Charles Vallow's younger sister.
How old are you?
How old am I today?
Today.
64.
And are you married?
Yes.
Where do you currently live?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
I want to talk to you about your siblings. You told us that you are Charles's sister. How many siblings were there in your family?
6.
And where did Charles fall into that?
He was number 3.
Who are the other siblings?
My oldest sister, Terry, then my next sister, Susan, then Charles, then Jerry, then me, then Bobby.
And where did you guys grow up?
We're in Lake Charles.
Okay. Were you close with your brother?
Yes, I was.
Did you know his wife, Lori Vallow?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out in the courtroom and tell us what she's wearing?
She's the defendant over there in the black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Mitchell.
I want to talk to you sort of about Lori and Charles. Were you at their wedding?
No, they went to Las Vegas.
Do you recall what year they got married?
2006.
Did they have a reception that?
I don't know if that's what you'd call it, but there was a family gathering in March of 2006 at a ranch in near Austin, Texas, that we all went to.
Okay, kind of to celebrate that?
Yes.
Had your brother Charles been married before?
Yes.
Did he have any children from his prior marriage?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And who were they?
Cole Vallow and Zach Vallow.
And did you know if Lori had any children from a prior marriage?
Yes. Colby Ryan and Tylee Ryan.
When Lori and Charles got married, did Charles's 2 sons live with them?
Live with Charles and Lori?
Yeah.
No.
Did they stay with their mother?
Yes, they did. They visited, but they never lived there.
Where were they? Was that in Arizona or still in Texas?
In Austin.
I want to ask you sort of some of the ages of the children involved. In July of 2019, was Tylee still a minor?
Yes.
So she was still living with them?
Yes.
In July of 29, do you know if Colby was still a minor?
Yes. Oh, wait, no, Colby was not.
He was an adult at
He
that
was
point.
an adult.
And in July of 2019, were Charles's 2 sons, Cole and Zach, still minors or adults?
They were adults.
Okay. Did Charles and Lori have any children together?
They adopted my grandson, JJ.
And can you tell us how that worked out?
How that worked out,
Or
meaning
how did they get involved in adopting your grandchild?
Charles approached me about it one day. He called, and I mean, there was a lot of stuff going on then, and that was my son's child, And there was a lot going on. So I just told him then, look, I can't make a decision like that. We don't know how this is going to go. Just, well, just keep me in mind. Keep it in mind. And so I kept it in mind.
And do you recall, when did they adopt JJ?
It was final in July of 2014.
How old was he then?
He was 2.
Okay. Did JJ have any special needs?
Yes, he was autistic, and he was born 10 weeks premature.
Okay. So he took a little extra care.
He did, absolutely.
Do you recall, so if he was 2 and they adopted him, how old was he in July of 2019?
He was 7. We spent his 7th birthday together in Lake Charles.
So in July of 2019, to your knowledge, Lori and Charles still had 2 children under the age of 18 with them, Tylee and JJ?
Yes.
So if in July of 2019, Lori Vallow was saying she had 5 kids she was taking care of, you were unaware of the other 3?
There were not 5 there, no. There were 2.
Can you tell us about the relationship between Charles and JJ?
Charles was the best dad. I mean, he was always doting on him. The arrangement I figured out eventually was that if Charles was working out of town, Lori had him all by herself, and so when Charles got back to town, JJ was his to take care of, 100%.
Would Charles bring JJ to visit your side of the family in Louisiana?
Oh, yes.
Did you regularly see him?
Yes. Once JJ learned how to fly, and excuse me, I need water.
Sure.
Once JJ learned how to fly, and that he was, because he was autistic, something like that is a big deal for him, and he loved it. So he was a little flyer. He loved to go in the airplane.
What did your brother Charles do for a living?
He sold annuities. He was a financial planner.
And how long did you know him to do that?
If I had to guess, 20 years, I guess.
Did he work for others or have his own business? What do you recall?
He had his own business.
Had he previously any times ever worked for others?
Yes.
Okay. But in July of 2019, he had his own business?
Yes.
Did he have a business partner?
He did, yes.
Did his job require him to travel a lot?
He did. He would be gone 3 or 4 days a week on average. Sometimes he didn't have to travel, but he was just, but yeah, he would be gone 3 or 4 days a week when he would be working.
I want to ask you a little bit about Charles. Was he sort of a meticulous person when it came to paperwork?
Oh, yes. I mean, for when you're doing that type of work, you have to be meticulous and methodical, and you can't make any errors. You can't miss a dot or crossing a T, because it will get kicked back to you, and then it just causes a lot of delay and a lot of trouble. So he was actually, he said, there was never anybody I've ever trusted to do this for me. And I was like, well, I'll do it for you, because
All right, we'll stop here.
yeah.
So when Charles was working as financial planner, do you know if he had Lori help him with any part of his job?
I don't really know exactly what she did, but yes.
Okay.
But I don't know what she did.
Prior to Charles being a financial advisor, did he have a very different career in sports?
Oh, he was, he quit, I don't know if, I don't remember because I was quite young then, but he did, I believe he was drafted in the early 70s into the Houston Astros minor league.
So when you were growing up, did you see your brother playing baseball?
I was raised at a baseball field. If it wasn't Charles, Jerry played for years, my other brother, but Charles stuck with it, and that's how he got to college with a degree, with a scholarship.
So you got stuck many a night in a weekend having to be at the ball field with your brother.
Yes.
What position did your brother play?
He was a pitcher. He was very, very good. He was a left-handed pitcher, and they're very hard to hit against.
Okay. Did he bat right or left-handed?
He was left-handed.
Did he do everything left-handed?
Yes.
Right, left-handed? After your brother, well, let me ask you, do you know how long he played in the semi-pro?
I don't. He had moved to Houston, and but he blew out his knee, and that's ended that right there.
Did your brother stay in shape after that, even though he blew out his knee?
Oh yes, he was always doing something, always bike riding, hiking, just anything. Gym, he was very active.
So every time you saw him, he was taking care of himself?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a little bit about religion. Did your family grow up in the LDS church or faith?
No, we did not.
Did you know Charles to ever convert to the LDS faith?
He did at some point during his marriage to Lori.
Okay. When Lori and Charles were married, did they always live in one state, or did they move?
No, they lived here in Phoenix, in the Phoenix area, Chandler, Gilbert, and then they moved to Hawaii in 2014, and then they moved back late 2016 or early 2017.
Back to?
Oh, back here to Phoenix area.
Do you recall where they were, what state they were in when they met?
When Charles and Lori met?
Yeah.
They were in Texas.
Texas, okay. In 2018 and 19, you told us that Charles and JJ would come visit you and the family regularly.
Yes.
In March of 2018, did you have a member of your family pass away?
Yes, my mother did in March of 18.
Did Charles come out for that?
Yes, he did. He was there for her services. Lori was not, and we felt like something was going on. Well, actually, my husband felt it before I did, and then when she didn't show for my mother's funeral, I just thought that was just appalling. It appalled me that she wouldn't even come to something like that with her husband.
What was your relationship like with Lori?
Because of the work I did, the company we owned, I was on the phone an extreme amount of time, all the time. So I really don't like to call people. I'm not a phone person. I'll text you all day long, but I really don't like to talk. And so Lori and I never really had a big phone relationship. It was a text here and there, but mostly Charles would keep me up to date as to different things that were going on, or what they were up to, or Charles would call. Yeah, Charles would call me mostly.
So it sounds like you weren't close with her.
When Lori and I were together, it was like we hadn't missed a minute. We just took up where we left off, and she's very outgoing, and she's very friendly and very easy to talk to, and so we got along rather well, and I loved her.
Okay. So continuing in 2018, do you recall seeing Charles and JJ coming out to visit you guys in October of 2018?
Yes.
What was that for?
Just a weekend visit.
Okay. What about in November of 2018? Did you see Charles and JJ then?
We did. My husband and myself and my granddaughter, we went to Las Vegas, and Charles and JJ met us there for the Thanksgiving holiday weekend. I thought that was odd. He wasn't with his family. He said Lori was sick or Tylee was sick is what he told us, but it just, I mean, he just wouldn't share what all was going on at that point. Then when he finally did, he unloaded it all.
So in 2018, did you have any idea there were any, let me say this, in 2018, did you have some concerns about their relationship?
Yes, it was, for him to come as often as they were coming was odd, and just, he was just unsettled, and we knew something was going on, but he would never say.
Okay.
So he did, he talked to us when he was ready.
When we get into 2019, did you start to see your brother more?
Yes.
First, without going into what Charles said, did you ever become aware finally that his marriage with Lori was in trouble?
Yes, I did.
In 2019, again, without going into what Charles said, did you ever believe that Charles was concerned for his safety?
Charles was absolutely concerned for his safety. Lori had sent me a text, I think it was on a Thursday, that she and Charles were fighting because of some stuff she came up with, and that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel. Well, I guess Tylee was, I'm not sure. And because she didn't want to have any fighting, so they went to a hotel. And I came out. I knew Charles the next day. That's when she sent it to me. And then I just really I didn't call Charles. I knew he'd call me, and he sure enough did. And he was a mess. And so I flew out the next day out here to help him with JJ, and just to come and talk to him and see what was going on. He was alone, and Lori's family turned their backs on him and JJ. Okay.
Let's just kind of break it all down.
All right.
Now you got a lot that you remember. So you said that you got a text from Lori indicating that she and JJ and Tylee were at a hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said that Charles then called you maybe the next day?
Yeah.
And you came out here to Arizona?
Yes.
When you came out here to Arizona, did you become aware at that point that there was a big problem now with their relationship?
There was a huge problem now with their relationship.
And during this time when you had come out here, do you remember approximately when that was?
Like the 1st of February of 2019, or the 2nd. It was right in there.
When you came out here, did you then speak with Charles about his concerns for his safety? Just yes or no?
About his what?
His concerns for his safety.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
That's just yes. Is this the time where, well, let me ask it this time. When you came out here, did you see Lori?
No.
When you came out here, did anyone know where Lori was?
No, nobody was talking about where she was. Nobody would tell Charles where she was.
So your brother was trying to find where she was?
Yes, he was.
Where was JJ at this time?
He was with Charles, and that's what one of the reasons I came out was to help him with JJ, because he was quite a handful, and Charles was a mess. He was broken. He was a broken-hearted man.
So you come out here, Charles has JJ. Where's Tylee? Do you know?
She's, as far as we knew, she was staying at Lori's brother's. That's what we knew then.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with her?
No.
How long did Charles have JJ where he's looking for Lori and can't find her?
Well, that portion of the time was 58 days, and I knew how many days it was because every day Charles would say something. He would tell me.
So he was counting them.
He would count them.
Were you out here the whole time? What'd you do?
I could work remotely at the time, so I did stay out here a lot, often, but I would fly back. I was back and forth between Louisiana and here from February until the end of March, because at that point we moved Charles to Houston.
Okay. So the end of March, you said you were moving Charles to Houston. Was that with JJ?
Yes.
Why was Charles going to be, why are you helping him move to Houston?
Because Charles told me that Lori did not want JJ anymore, or Tylee, or him. And I said, okay, well, look, what if you move to Houston and I'll be 2.5 hours away, and when you go out of town, I'll come and stay with JJ. And so he was talking about hiring a nanny, and I said, no, I will be the nanny, and I'll come and take care of him when you have to work. And it's easy enough, and you won't have to pay a penny.
So when Charles has JJ, you're helping take care of JJ in this time period in February and March?
Yes.
What about Charles's business? Did you help with that at all?
Yes. I had to get my arms around the whole thing. All the payments that needed to be made, the accounts, the emails, all that stuff you have to change over and change the password and all that, so Lori couldn't access it any longer.
You said you had your own job. What were you doing at that time in addition to helping your brother?
My husband and I owned a coastal crew change. It was a transportation company for the offshore oil and gas and LNG industry.
Okay. So you're trying to work that job and help Charles with his business?
Yes, I had a really great assistant who helped me an awful lot.
Do you remember when you were packing up to move Charles to Houston?
Yes.
You there?
I was there.
Did Lori show back up?
She did. I was in the pantry in the kitchen, packing up the pantry, and I don't know what, just something caught my attention, and I walked out and she was standing there. She had her back to me. Charles was sitting at the table on his phone, and obviously didn't realize that she was there. And then finally, when he hung up, he looked up and there she was, and he started crying, and she started yelling.
Do you recall what she was yelling about?
That, why did you take JJ? Why did you take JJ? Why did you take him out of school? Why are you moving? What are you doing? All this is your fault. It was just ridiculous.
So she'd been gone for 58 days, leaving.
No contact whatsoever.
And then she shows up at the house when you guys are moving out.
Yeah.
What was Charles's demeanor, reaction? You said he was crying?
He was at first, but then he was just trying. Charles was a very soft-spoken man, and he was just trying to get a word in edgewise. And finally, Lori settled down a little bit, and they went and they talked for a while in the living room, or the I guess it's like a great room. And then they moved to the bedroom to talk. And I could still hear every now and then Lori would get a little loud, but they were talking. And then I remember that Lori came. Let's see, I was sitting at the dining table, and she stood next to me and she said, "I love you, KK." And I said, "Well, I love you too. I'm sorry this is happening." And she cried, and I didn't know what to do, really. So, I mean, I just was there. And then she walked off, and the next day she came. I don't know who came, but they got Tylee's belongings out of the casita where all of Tylee's belongings were. And I don't remember if she got anything of hers. I really don't remember.
Okay. So are we now talking the end of March, beginning of April of 2019, when Charles is moving back to Houston?
Yes.
Did he bring JJ with him?
Yes. Well, in order for me and Charles to move in, Larry, I flew out here and brought JJ back to Louisiana with me. And then my husband, Larry, kept him for a week while I flew back here to help Charles pack and then drive back to Houston.
All right, so you guys rented a big truck and drove it?
He drove the U-Haul. I drove his pickup.
All right. When you and Charles got to Houston, then did your husband bring JJ back?
Yes, he did.
Through all of this time with Charles, when he was looking for Lori while she was gone for those 58 days, did he still want Lori to be part of JJ's life?
He did. He never was trying to take that away from Lori, even though Lori didn't want him anymore. I still didn't. I never really understood that, but I guess he was just hoping for the best. But yes, he absolutely wanted her to be part of his life, Lori's life.
So once Charles moved to Houston, did Lori ever also move out there?
I don't know if you call it moved out there, but she did. She came that day on March 28th. Charles said, "Look, we're moving to Houston. You're welcome to come. I'll fly you out Sunday." And she said, "No, I'm busy. I have a project," or something she was doing in Hawaii. She said, "It'll be about 2 weeks and I'll be in Houston." So whatever she did, she was gone for 2 more weeks. It was a total of 72 days, I believe, she was gone altogether. And then she was there. She and Tylee moved in at Charles's, and Charles said that she slept in JJ's room with him.
So the first 2 weeks when Charles and JJ are in Houston without Lori, were you ever there to help with JJ or Charles's business?
No, Lori was there. I mean,
I guess
JJ was
before she moved there. The 2 weeks.
Oh, I think.
Or did
no,
you?
I had to go home for a little while, but Charles came like the weekend, and, so if I wasn't here, he was there.
Okay. So once you drove him there, you may have stayed to help him, and then you went home.
Yeah.
And you weren't there when Lori came to Houston?
No.
You told us that you had been helping your brother with his business, and I think you'd said something about changing passwords?
Yeah.
Was that to different financial accounts?
Right. Credit card, bank, stuff like that. Yeah, the password to Google, the password to,
all the things you use for business?
Yeah, yes.
And so when you started helping him, you had changed a lot of those passwords?
Yes.
At some point, did you become aware that, or at some point did Charles stop asking you to help him with the business?
He did, and that's when Lori came back.
Okay. Now, you said that your brother worked in annuities, right?
Yes.
Right, that last part of the time when you were working with him up through sort of the end of March, beginning of April, were you aware of Charles coming into a large amount of money?
He was receiving an annuity, what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now, but he was receiving like $125,000 check for his commission for annuities, and Lori obviously knew that because she was there just a few days before that came into the bank, that was deposited into the bank. I had access to the bank, so I would watch that.
Okay. So even though Lori came back, you still had the passwords to look into Charles's account?
Yes.
Do you know how long Lori stayed in Texas with Charles?
It's like she wasn't there the entire time, but I mean, she was always traveling through May. I'll say towards the end of May. I'm not for sure exactly what day.
Okay. So at some point, a couple months later, you become aware that she has left Houston?
Yes.
Did you know where she went?
Yeah, she was back back here.
Did JJ come with her when she moved back here to Arizona?
He did.
And did you know, did your brother move back here?
No, he did not.
And with your access to the finances, were you aware whether or not Charles was paying for a house here in Arizona for Lori and JJ?
I really don't recall seeing that transaction. I really don't, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. At that time, I was selling my company, and so I had a lot going on at that time, and that's when it was really getting, the due diligence. The company was doing their due diligence, so I had to provide a lot of information for them, and so it really was perfect timing because then I got super busy with my company, and I didn't have to deal with all of Charles's because Lori was back.
Let me ask you something else. Were you aware of when Charles met Lori, or they got married, do you know if she worked?
She was a hairdresser. She did work as a hairdresser, and I don't know exactly when she quit working, but she didn't, I don't think she worked long, if she did, after they got married.
Okay. So for most of the time when you knew them to be married, you did not see her working outside the home?
No.
Did Charles, I guess, work so she could stay home with the kids?
Yes, he was fine with being a one income, you know, letting her stay home, tend to the kids, and he would be the moneymaker.
Now, I know that we've talked about Charles working in the area of financial planning. Did you know if Charles had a life insurance policy?
Yes.
That's something that, how did you learn about that?
Well, I mean, he had told my husband Larry and I years ago, he helped us acquire a $1 million life insurance policy on, you know, for me and my husband each. And because he always had one, and Lori had one, so that was nothing new or unusual to talk about.
Okay. At some point when you were helping Charles, when Lori had disappeared and Charles didn't know where she was, did you have a conversation with Charles about the beneficiary of his life insurance?
Yes, it was early February when I came here to help him with JJ, and he said, "Look, I'm going to take Lori off as beneficiary, and I'm going to put you as a beneficiary." And I was like, we talked about maybe a minute and a half about it, and I was like, okay, whatever. I really don't want to be that person, but okay. And I never followed up to see if he changed. I didn't know until I got the phone call after he was killed.
So the discussion you had of that change was during that time period when he couldn't find Lori, he had no idea where he was, and he was taking care of JJ?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you were helping him take care of JJ?
Yes.
So if something had happened to Charles during that time when Lori wasn't around, would you have taken care of JJ?
Yes, he would have come back to me and my husband.
So I want to kind of go to right around that July time period. Do you recall when was the last time, I'll start with, when was the last time you saw your brother, Charles?
That's a good question. Probably must have been in June.
And do you recall where that was or the
I
circumstances?
think he came to Lake Charles for the weekend.
Did you see JJ then?
Yeah, no. The last time I saw JJ was May 18th.
When was the last time you recall speaking or texting with your brother Charles?
He texted me the night before he was shot, and just, hey, I'm going to be in Phoenix tomorrow, and how's it going? And just a little short text, and I'm boarding the plane now, and I'll be back in Phoenix in a little bit. And then he told me a few other things he had planned, but that was not much, not a big deal.
Did
Nothing
you think
major.
he was going to Phoenix to just see JJ?
Yes.
Did you know anything about any type of intervention?
No, he never talked. If he did talk to me about it, and I'm pretty sure I would have remembered that. But no, I know that he and Adam was his confidant during that time, Lori's brother. And so I know that whatever he was doing, you know, Adam was part of it, and you know, they were just. I knew he was in good hands with Adam, because Adam, they loved Charles, him and his wife.
Do you have any knowledge of Charles wanting to get a place here in Phoenix so he could be closer to JJ?
I don't remember that, but I can't remember that. I mean, I don't think, I don't know.
No,
I can't
okay,
answer that.
that's okay. I want to talk to you then about, so you talked to your brother, just kind of normal stuff as he was, before he got here to Phoenix. How did you learn that your brother Charles was dead?
It was on July the 12th. I was at a nail salon in Lake Charles, my granddaughter and I, and I got a call from his oldest son, Cole, and he said, "Hey, what is going on? I just got a text from Lori, and she said Dad's dead." And I said, wait, what did you just say? And he told me again, and I said, something's wrong with that. That can't be true. And I said, have you tried to call her? And Cole's like, yeah, she won't. I'm trying calling, she's not answering. He was freaking out, and I was like, okay, Cole, just give me a minute. Let me think about this. Let me see, and I'll call you back. I promise. As soon as I can figure this out. So I called my husband to tell him, and he said, okay, well, I told him that what the Cole said, and he said, hey, let me call you back in a minute. And so I was still at the nail salon trying to get out of there, and he called and he said, he's dead. I Googled him, and he's dead. Alex killed him yesterday. And I mean, that was just like, it was horrible. I have to call my siblings and let them know. Thank you. And everybody was freaked out. I didn't know what to do. But I did call Cole back and let him know that it was true, and just was telling him, let's keep in touch. You find out something, I'll find out something. We'll let each other know. And
did you try to reach out to Lori?
I've tried calling, texting Charles. I tried calling, texting Lori, and at some point she texted me. She returned a text, something like, I'm having to deal with a lot of stuff and I'm busy, and she was too busy to even call his family to say that he was dead by her brother killing him. And
take a breath. So you had tried to reach her, and she was too busy to talk to you.
Yeah.
Did you ever, what was the burial plans? Did you ever get Charles back? What happened with him?
We ended up calling a detective, the detectives in Chandler, since that's where it happened. And we were able to speak to a detective, I don't know who, but we told them that I had already arranged us a flight for the next day. We were here by noon Saturday, because I needed to know I need to know where JJ was. I didn't know what he had seen. I didn't know what he knew. I knew he would be, I knew it wasn't good. And but I couldn't, we had to talk to the detectives before I did anything with Lori, so, and we had to wait till Sunday to meet with Nate Moffitt, and then when we talked to him is when I told him about the life insurance policy, and that Lori, that I didn't know if Charles had ever changed it to me like he said he was going to do, and so I didn't know, but I just knew we had to get JJ because he was not safe with her.
Let me stop you there. I'm going to go back to Charles. Where was Charles buried, or where was what was done with his remains?
Well, this was before Lori knew she wasn't getting the money. She had him cremated, and he was mailed, he was FedEx or whatever, over to my office, along with his Letterman's jacket from high school and a couple pair of cheap sunglasses and 1 or 2 watches. It was just a few little trinkets. And Charles had a watch collection, and she just sent some crap.
So she cremated him and FedExed him to you?
Yes.
Sent him to your work office?
Yes.
Now you're saying this is before she learned the life insurance policy was not going to be, she was not going to be the beneficiary. Did you set up like a service for Charles?
Yes, my family and I made arrangements for a memorial service to happen in Lake Charles on August the 3rd, which was, he was killed July 11th. So took us a little bit to put it together, but we did.
Did you talk to Lori about having JJ come out for Charles's service?
I think the last time I talked to Lori was she told us that she wanted, I asked her, what can we do in Houston? I was trying to be nice because I knew she had something to do with his murder. And I'm not one that can just lie off the cuff. I'm a bad liar. And so when I did talk to her, and it was a long, awkward conversation I had with her, but I was like, what do you want us to do with the stuff at the house in Houston? But when we got to the house in Houston, and she did, y'all please go do what you want to do with it, see what Cole wants, y'all split it up, y'all take it.
She gave you permission to go to the house in Houston and take whatever was there?
Yes, and when we got there, none of Charles's personal belongings were there, nothing at all. And that, I couldn't figure out why nothing of Charles's or JJ's was there. Or wait, nothing of Charles's was there. Just his business files and the big furniture, but, sofa, beds, stuff like that.
So you went there, you did that. How did you, and you told us that you did not know for sure if your brother had ever changed the beneficiary from Lori to you. How did you find out if that was done?
I think it was the following week. A lady from Banner Life, that's where it's policy, who wrote the policy. A lady called and said that I was the beneficiary. I was the sole beneficiary, and what was our address, and she wanted to verify a few things and to send out the check.
Okay. When you got that call, did you ever have Lori confront you about the life insurance policy?
Did I ever have Lori what?
Yeah, did Lori ever confront you about being the beneficiary
Oh.
for Charles's life insurance policy?
Yes. She didn't call and do it. She sent me a text one night, a picture or two of a screenshot. She took a screenshot of the change of beneficiary form with my name on it. And she said something to the effect of 5 kids and his sister gets all the money, or is that why you want JJ? Something to that effect, which it made no sense. I want JJ, period. That was a dumb statement by her.
So let me ask you this. So she told you again that she was left with these 5 kids, right?
Yeah, 5 kids. She had Colby and Tylee and JJ. And Colby was out of the house, so it was just Tylee and JJ.
So she's messaging you this saying how upset she is because she has 5 kids to take care of.
Yeah.
And then she tells you that, is this why you wanted JJ to come to Charles's service?
No, I had already gotten the okay from her to come get him. I was going to fly here, pick him up, go back to Louisiana, keep him for a week and attend so he could attend the service during that time. And when she found out when she found the change of beneficiary form, she said that she was too busy. They were moving to Hawaii, and it would be too confusing for JJ to come, and he needed to be with her.
So after she found out and had confronted you about that change of beneficiary where you are now getting Charles's life insurance policy, she changed her mind and refused to let JJ go to Charles's service, his dad's service. After this confrontation about Charles making you the beneficiary of the life insurance policy, did that pretty much end most of the contact you had with Lori, other than you reaching out to talk with JJ?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, Cross.
Boy.
Ms. Woodcock, where were you on July 11th, 2019?
At home in Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Were you aware at all of the relationship between Charles and Tylee?
It was, let's say, it was a bit contemptuous. It seemed like there was always a lot of drama going on, and so that's all I knew. He didn't say too much about it, and I didn't pry.
But you knew that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for
I
a
can't
while.
hear you.
I'm sorry. You did know that there was some kind of contention going on with those two for a while.
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't really aware of the events that happened that morning, were you?
The morning of his murder?
Of July 11th?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me.
Ms. Woodcock, did you see or hear or personally witness me conspire with Alex Cox to kill my husband, Charles Vallow?
No, but I saw a ton of evidence that did.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Just briefly. You were asked about the relationship between your brother and Tylee. How old was Tylee when Lori and Charles got married?
She was 3, or right around 3.
So was Charles in her life for most of her memorable years?
Exactly. Yes, he was.
And how old was she in July of 2019?
She was 16. Yeah, yeah.
So a teenager.
Yes.
In terms of their relationship, are you saying that Charles and Tylee never had good times?
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not saying that. I saw them have good times, and it wasn't, it wasn't that they couldn't look at each other, or, it wasn't like that. But I mean, yeah, a teenage girl on one is hard anyway. But I do know that there was a lot of issues with her dad and Lori with her ex-husband and custody, and it was a mess. It was a mess.
So Tylee had a lot going on in her life.
Yes, she did.
And you would see her and Charles at times have difficulty getting along?
I never really saw anything that sticks out in my mind. But I just know he'd tell me how it was just difficult. And as a step parent, it can be very difficult. I can attest to that.
So on July 11th, when Charles Vallow was killed, did you actually have any idea that your brother was dead?
None at all. How would I know?
So, in terms of you learning that your brother was dead, it was never from Lori Vallow?
Or from her.
It was
from Google that my husband found.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this witness from anyone on the jury? I don't see any questions. You could step down now.
Thank you.
Done. All right. Members of the jury, that's going to conclude trial for this week. No trial tomorrow. I'm going to try to start early on Monday and Tuesday only. So just to preview next week, I plan on, if you guys can all be here at 10 a.m., ready to start a little earlier than normal for Monday and Tuesday. And then Wednesday and Thursday we'll be back to the 10:30 a.m. All right. I'll remind you to remember the admonition and avoid any sort of information about this case that you do not receive from this, that's outside of this courtroom, I should say. All right, thank you. We'll be at recess.
All rise for the jury.
Is there anything from either the state or the defense?
No.
All right, we'll see you Monday morning.